What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the 2023 Around the 412 NFL Draft Special. I'm Tyler. With me is our friends John Sargison and Drew Hannes. What's up, boys? Exciting draft. Round one tonight. Really going to kick it off strong. But we have a special guest to kick off round one. Joining us tonight is ESPN analyst Mid Kiper Jr. We're really grateful to have him with us tonight. You know, he's ESPN really was trying to pay him a lot to stay there, but I think that we just were able to get a little bit more money, and he's going to hang out with us tonight. So please welcome Mid Kiper Jr.
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me around the 412. I wanted to say, Tyler, when I saw that you were going to be the one hosting, Zach wasn't going to be here. I thought it would be a good time. Pop in. I'll be around all 4 hours. Going to try to talk like this the whole time. I will be dressed like this the whole time. I think Pittsburgh's got to get a shot to move up. They could move back. I think they could go a lot of different directions. I expect Bryce Young to come off the board at number one. I don't care that he's under 6 foot, under 200 pounds. I like the intangibles, and we'll see how things go from there. I'm hearing a lot of smoke about Houston not going quarterback at 2. I'm talking very fast, saying a lot of things. Don't know if you guys are catching all of it, but I'm very excited for tonight. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, Mid. We're a Steelers show. I feel like we explained that pretty well. So who are some options that you think that could be there at 17? Or do you think that the Steelers could possibly move from 17 to try to get into a better position for somebody?
Yeah, well, look, Tyler, I think when you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers, what they need right now, I'm looking tackle, I'm looking corner. I think Darnell Wright out of Tennessee, a lot of people circling him, penciling him for pick 17. If the Steelers don't want to move up, if they're not looking to move down, Darnell Wright makes a ton of sense. Broderick Jones in a slight trade-up scenario. I know I saw Zach's mock had that as well. I think if you're looking at corner, Joey Porter Jr., right? What a storyline that would be if the Pittsburgh Steelers landed the son of former Steelers great Joey Porter. I think Deonte Banks, the athletic freak, 10 RAS. I think he can make a ton of sense for the Steelers too. Then new look secondary. They've kind of been transitioning to a different defense where they rely more on that secondary under Terrell Austin. But yeah, I like the Steelers options. I think they're kind of in that sweet spot at 17 where the board is going to try to decide itself for them. I think by the time that we get to pick 17, we're going to have a clear vision. Is it going to be tackle? Is it going to be corner? I don't expect them, honestly, to move back from that pick. I think a slight trade up is possible for sure. And that's why I mentioned that scenario with Broderick Jones out of Georgia. No, the Steelers very interested there. I think Paris Johnson Jr. could be in play if you see him slide a little bit. There's a little bit of smoke with him going to Arizona as high as 3. If that were to be the case, the Steelers are not going near that spot. But if he starts to slide a little bit, I look at Atlanta at 8. I look at Chicago at 9. I look at Philadelphia at 10. All possible trade-up spots.
Yeah, actually, my co-host Zach, he did have a trade up in his mock draft.
I saw it.
Unfortunately, He had ligma, so he couldn't make it tonight. But I want to hear from Sarge and Drew. So what do you think, guys? What's going to happen at 17? Do you think that the Steelers actually stay at 17? And what are some names you're looking forward to try to be there at 17 or potentially moving up for?
Sarge, you could go first and then let Mid Kiper cut you off because when he's on these shows, you don't get any words in it all.
That's true. So I think, you can see by my name who I want the Steelers to draft. I think that if he goes past like 13, I think that's when they trade up. I don't think they trade up farther than that, though, because I don't know what the price tag would be on that. But a lot of teams seem to be wanting to trade back. So I don't know if it's going to be all that expensive, like how when we traded for to get Bush. Like, I don't think it's going to be like that.
Sarge. Sorry to cut you off, but I just want to talk about Christian Gonzalez is not in play for the Steelers, I don't think. I think when you look at where he's going to go in the draft, probably 7 or 8. I like him around that range. I don't see him falling into a category where the Pittsburgh Steelers could move up and take him, nor do I think they would move up. They visited with 7 different corners, so I think they like to class enough, stick and pick one. Maybe in that second round range is where they'd look to go corner if one doesn't fall into their lap at 17. I don't think Christian Gonzalez would really be in play, but I do love him as a player. That he'd be a great fit for that defense.
Yeah, man, what are your thoughts on trading up for a corner? I just don't think it really makes sense for the Steelers because of how quality the cornerback class is in this draft. I mean, it's one of the prime positions in this overall more mediocre class, but cornerback has some depth to it, and I feel like there's going to be some options that could still be there at 17, and there's no need to trade up for a Christian Gonzalez or Devin Witherspoon, either one. You could potentially get a Deonte Banks or a Jody Porter Jr. at 17, and even after that, at 32, you could have Cam Smith, Emmanuel Forbes. There's several options.
Well, yeah, Tyler, I think you hit the nail on the head there when talking about this cornerback class. Probably the strength of this class. You look at corner, you look at tight end, maybe edge as well. I think that's where the meat and potatoes of this draft is really going to be. But when you're talking about corner specifically, I think day 2 there's going to be a lot of value there because you look at guys like Julius Brents, who I'm really high on. Cam Smith probably sliding out of round 1, 2. I think there's going to be guys further down the board if they want to take a shot. A name that's been linked to Pittsburgh. You guys probably don't want to hear this. Tyreek Stevenson potentially in play for them as well. Keelu Rainbow could be in play for them as well. Athletic, free, but I think it's 17 for Pittsburgh again. I think Deontay Banks and Joey Porter Jr. would be in play cornerback wise. I do not see Witherspoon or Gonzalez in play for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
You know, man, I got to say.
But did you see my mock draft?
Yeah, I saw your mock draft. I thought it was one of the guys at PFF that put it out. It was so bad.
That's my first one. You know what's crazy? I make fun of people who do a bunch of mock drafts. That took me like a half hour because I kept doing it and then disagreeing with myself.
Also, you use PFF.
I don't know what I'm doing. I asked Smitty for a link. That's what he sent me. I didn't know how to send the screenshot.
I used PFF too because I didn't want to have to send him 5 different pictures and have him fit them all into one tweet. So
yeah, well, if you looked at the image I got from Pro Football Network, doing mine on there was about this long. The image, I don't know how in my hands didn't even fit in my screen right there either. So you really didn't get a good indication. But it was a very long image that it put out. It still was able to take a screenshot though, and I tweeted the image.
Couldn't even.
Hey, Ken's here. Ken, what's going on?
Ken in the chat bringing up Project Jones. Project Jones, I believe that's who Smitty had them trading up for. So.
Yeah, he's not.
Also, Mike in Illinois. Mike also saying Broderick Jones. It seems like there's a lot of smoke there. Maybe they're getting behind.
I don't know him all that well.
Broderick Jones, yeah, we like that. I think he's a little unpolished as a starting tackle in the league. He's going to take some time to develop some more. He's probably going to end up sticking at right tackle for the Steelers. Really, outside of Paris Johnson Jr., there's probably not many left tackles in this class. He's probably the only one that is going to come in day 1 and start at left tackle. Outside of that, you have a bunch of right tackles. So it's kind of your pick of the litter at that point. Broderick Jones Jr., really athletic guy, but I think he's just raw and undefined. And so it's going to take a year or 2 for him to really get into the mold of the NFL. But, it is a guy that I would really love to take.
So if you have the choice between him or like your third corner, who are you choosing?
My third corner, I'm assuming. Which one do you mean? Do you mean Deontay Banks or do you mean Joey Porter Jr. Or just my preference?
Or do you mean tackle?
In your corner reference, say Paris Johnson's gone. My question is let's say Witherspoon and Gonzalez are both gone, and you have the choice of a third corner or Broderick Jones. Who are you choosing?
Oh, I'm taking a BJ all day, buddy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Aren't we all? Hey, Mel, I actually have a gripe to pick with you. Who? Why the hell did you mock Zay, that wide receiver, to the Steelers?
Oh, Zay Flowers is my wide receiver 1 in this class. I think, first off,
I saw a mock draft. It said Mel Kiper was.
We have Mid Kiper here.
Yeah, I don't know who Mel is. Get Mel out of here. Mid Kiper Jr. did have Zay Flowers to the Pittsburgh Steelers. But here's the thing with Zay Flowers. That first off, that was pre-Allen Robinson trade, so I want to put that out there as well. I think when you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers, you looked at that offense, one thing they're missing skill position-wise was a slot receiver. There was no true slot receiver. You can say Calvin Austin, you can put all the faith in him in the world, but there's nothing proven there. Didn't play a single snap for that offense last year. I think Zay Flowers immediately comes in and replaces him. Honestly, not a big comp guy, but if I had to throw an NFL comp on him, he looks a little bit like Antonio Brown when he plays football. So where did he play football at, John? That's right, the Pittsburgh Steelers. So I thought it would be a seamless fit for Zay Flowers going to the NFL, Pittsburgh Steelers, playing the slot there. But I get your point. When you look at the other needs that they have at tackle, at corner, defensive line, all these other things, I could get why you wouldn't be on board with Zay Flowers.
Just looking at some of the comments, Ricky would think Gonzalez is awesome. And also, Hunter, give me Gonzalez if you trade up. Seriously. Smitty is a Cowboy and Tyler wearing blue to support Thrawn. Yeah, I love me some Admiral Thrawn, If it's not left tackle, somehow they have a chance to go up for Gonzalez. I'd do that in a heartbeat. Here's the thing. I don't want to trade up for, in my preference, anybody. But I think if you're trading up, I think the only position you're trading up for is Paris Johnson Jr. just because you have that ability to get him in left tackle right away, and there's no other tackle that's probably going to do that. As far as corner goes, I love Christian Gonzalez, but with the Steelers specifically, I don't think they have enough draft capital in this year's draft to be able to do that and still feel comfortable about their other picks. If you trade up for really anybody, but especially for Christian Gonzalez, then you have to trade back at 32 because you don't have enough draft capital in the rest of the draft to be able to feel comfortable with your overall haul. That's why I'm in the camp of I'd rather just stay pat at 17 and just see how the board falls to you. I feel like there's probably going to be a player that you like, whether it is a tackle or a corner. I just think whenever you get to the picks 32, I mean, if you trade up, you can kiss 49 goodbye. And that's where it starts, and they can go further from there. But you have 32, 42, 80, 120, and then you don't pick again until the 200s. I feel like they don't really have enough capital to trade up and still feel comfortable overall with this draft.
Mid, did they even meet with Christian Gonzalez? I don't see him on our list here.
Who's that? The Pittsburgh Steelers?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Pittsburgh Steelers did, in fact, have Christian Gonzalez in Pittsburgh for a meeting. It was a top 30. One of the 7 corners they had in.
What am I missing?
7 corners, 6 tackles.
Derek, it's way too dark in here for sunglasses, my man.
Derek, what's going on?
See the screen.
Well, Tyler, the great thing about having pick 32 this year is that once the first round's over, the Steelers get to mull over for 20 hours, 25 hours, or 19, 20 hours, what they want to do at 32. They could stay there and pick somebody that they could also trade back. And they have the opportunity to talk to whoever they want within that 20-hour span instead of they have 10 minutes. So I think the trading back from 32 is a higher possibility of trading up from 17. And that's probably be my preference. I would rather get picks within that like 50 to 80 range. I'd rather stack up more picks in that range than stick at 32 and pick somebody.
Yeah, Tyler, I tend to agree with you, especially when you look at this class. First off, those are great points. I think that's why you're the one that's here, not Zach. So great choice by you around the 412 to have you be the host of this thing. But I think when you look at this, the meat and potatoes of this draft class, it's really about those day 2 picks. Day 2 is really where rounds 2 and 3. I think that's where the bulk of this draft class, great value, not a lot of high-end talent, but there's a lot of depth when you look at that day 2, day 3. Early day 3, I should say, because after round 4, round 5, this thing falls off a cliff. I don't know if there's a single even draftable player that I have that's going to go on day 3 after round 4. But yeah, I think there's about 80 guys in this draft class that I think are worth taking in this draft. Obviously, you're going to see a lot more than that drafted, but that's about where I have my rankings. And I only got 12 first-round grades in this thing. So this could get really interesting.
Don't know where everybody is with their streams or if they have it directly through TV. I'm on an ESPN stream on my computer. So I saw Roger Goodell is up there talking now. And one of the greatest traditions in all sports, him getting booed as he walks on the stage.
Yeah, boo.
What an awesome thing.
What's a better boo, that or when the pitcher throws over and tries to pick a guy off in a baseball game? Because that's my favorite boo in sports.
I think my favorite boo in sports might be whenever Gary Bettman is presenting the Stanley Cup and he gets booed.
Good one. Hey, can I ask the group a question?
Yeah.
What sense does it make for Arizona to trade out of their pick and then also give up DeAndre Hopkins?
They suck and he's old.
It makes a lot of sense.
It doesn't to me.
And there's the first character, Brett. I think it makes a lot of sense. Drew kind of hit it on the head. Like, they suck.
But he's still good.
You got to get rid of that money.
Yeah, but some teams going to be sucker and give up value for DeAndre Hopkins. You're going to get more value trading DeAndre Hopkins than they're going to get out of him this year if Colt McCoy is the quarterback for the majority of the year.
Mahomes and Kelsey on the TV. They're going to be on the TV long enough during the football season itself.
You guys are way behind.
Yeah. I'm watching on sport.
I see them walking in.
Is it on ESPN Plus?
He looks too happy to be
probably
fourth paid quarterback in the NFL now.
No, he's lower than that.
Is he even lower?
He's fifth.
Fifth?
He should dent it.
Hey, what's up? Come here. What the heck? I was trying to get Yoda on the screen. Come here. Who's
Chiefs
Patrick
Kingdom
Mahomes?
and a roar of boos.
You think Chiefs aholics there?
You got caught.
And Travis
That's
Kelce
funny.
is Matthew McConaughey.
Thanks. I saw somebody online. They have a group chat and they guess the numbers for the lottery ball machine every episode. I think we should do that.
I usually send in a tweet.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I got it once. It was when it was 60. Who's D?
He's on
Oh,
Twitter.
Sarge.
I know D. Yep.
D is nuts.
All right.
Who is screaming?
Panthers are officially on the clock. I don't know why it hasn't switched over to the pick is in yet. Everybody know who's going round one. Everybody know who's going number one over Wall.
Yeah,
You know-
Will Levis. Have you seen Reddit?
Yo, you're gonna see our reactions a little late.
Oh shit! All right. Oh wait, can I
You guys
swear?
are like 20 seconds behind.
Yeah. Yeah, you
Wait,
can swear.
What time is on your TV, Drew?
Ass.
9:18.
Okay, I'm at 9:23 when you said that. So I'm like
Also,
5 seconds.
Sleeper is sending alerts way ahead, so turn them notifications off.
I am
It's
5
Shams
seconds
anyway.
behind
The
Drew.
tweet that I saw was from Sham Charania.
Are you watching directly on TV?
Yeah, I'm on ESPN because I don't have NFL Network, which is the worst.
I'm on ESPN, the website, so I genuinely
Wait.
don't know why the pick isn't in yet.
Can I use your login, or is that too many people?
Use my login?
Yeah, for ESPN.
I mean, you could try it, I guess.
Oh,
if it
also, if you are in the stream right now, and Zach told me to say this. But if you're in the stream right now, we're going to be giving away Steelers tickets at some point during this thing. Also, whoever has the best video reaction to the Steelers first round pick, whether they be at 17 or wherever they might pick, send us the video. Tyler and I will decide our best or what we think is the best reaction, and you're going to get a jersey of that player.
I was
Also,
just about to tweet
subscribe on
mine.
the stream.
Beefy, can you text me?
Hit that
thing?
notification bell.
Text you the login, dude.
Yeah, hold on.
I'd rather give you guys my Comcast login so you can just watch the cable version.
Can
Well,
I do so on my phone?
I'm on the cable version through my dad's login.
You're still behind.
Yeah. I don't know if it's because I'm on a computer or what.
Mid.
We lock the doors
Before
and
this,
turn the
I
lights
had a
down
question
low.
for you. I don't want to put you on the spot, but I was reading through tweets and stuff. And why is there this potentially misconception that Darnell Wright can only play right tackle when he played left tackle in 21? Do you think that he could play left tackle if he develops more?
Well, Drew, I think it's a good question. When it comes to Darnell Wright, there's been a lot of talk about him moving from left tackle to right tackle. The NFL level, I think it's because his arms are a little bit shorter. Not as short as Skoronski's, but they are shorter. I just think that people are looking at it as a natural transition for him at the NFL level, playing on the right side. Me personally, there's a lot more value in a guy that can play on the left side, so I'd probably try him out there first, but I can understand if an NFL team gets him in there right away, they probably want to start transitioning him, getting him ready on whatever side they think he's going to play at from day one, so that might be on the right side. It could go either way, but yeah, I agree with you. I've heard a lot of teams, I think all 32 probably envision him being a right tackle at the next level.
That was a good response, Mid.
Yeah, I think that pretty much it's Paris Johnson Jr. left tackle and a bunch of right tackles.
Yeah.
All of them. And you know, I think Darnell Wright is definitely above the Anton Harrison in the Steelers board, but I personally would like to take Anton Harrison. I think for what you get if you're replacing right tackle, I'd rather take Anton Harrison because for seemingly the past several years, we've kind of gotten good run blocking and mediocre pass blocking from Chooks. You're kind of going to get the opposite of that if you take Anton Harrison. Hopefully, he would be able to develop that run blocking at the NFL level with the NFL coaching staff. But I think he's really fluid in pass blocking. Definitely would need to develop more in the rush. But, and that's kind of the opposite of Darnell Wright in a sense. I mean, Darnell Wright kind of just swallows people up in pass pro because of how big he is, but he's a really dominant run blocker. So, it's not really going wrong either way. It's just personal preference at that point.
Yeah, I know Harrison finishes Zach's OT too. I saw his rankings. I think it would probably have a lot to do with his footwork, maybe the best footwork of the tackles in the class. Really good in the phone booth. But yeah, again, to your point though, I think if you look at this class right now, it's like Paris Johnson plays left tackle from day one at the NFL. I'm not sure you could say that about anybody else in this draft class. So I think that's why maybe there's so much smoke to him going as high as there is. More about the draft class than it is Paris himself. Not saying he's not a really good player. I think he is a really good player, but I think it's more about everybody getting pushed down because he's the one guy in this draft class you look at and say he could play on the left side from day one.
All right, let's see. Drew, what time is on your clock now? I refreshed my page.
4:26.
4:26?
Mm-hmm.
Was I really? Hold on. Let me refresh that.
Platt is helping
Okay.
people move into an apartment at the moment.
I'm at 4:10 right now.
4:04 for me.
Yeah,
Okay.
Ryan Platt
I'm
not
like
here right now.
I'm like 5 seconds behind. Whatever.
Been told he'll for sure be here for night two.
Text you back. Okay.
Yeah, I see Ken Sterner in the comments here saying about Anton Harrison at 32. I think it's really going to depend. If those tackles start to go high, if we see them start going in the top 7, top 10, everybody's going to get pushed up a little bit. I think Harrison could go. And that, I like Tampa Bay at 19 for him. Kind of had him predicted around that range. So I think it's all going to depend how high we see those tackles start going.
What about the D lineman from Pitt?
Kalijah Kancey?
You think he goes in the first round?
Swiss cheese.
I think that he could go in the first round. It would depend on the spot, though. Really depends on the team. I would say he's probably fringe first round, in my opinion. And I think he's probably going to end up going early in round 2. But, there's always a chance.
He seems like a Detroit Lion to me.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be some guys like Kalijah Kancey. A lot of people have him mocked in the first round and feel like he's closer to a lock than most people, but I think that in this draft, towards the end of the first round, you're going to see guys that are mid-second round kind of ranked players by a lot of people going at the end of the first round.
Looks like a saint to me.
Kalijah Kancey. I think
that'd be a nice D line.
My mock draft that we released right before this, I had Mozzie Smith going to the Saints in round 1.
Mozzie Smith is a person?
That is a person. I'm glad to know that you only did one.
That person might be a Steeler.
And it was only the first round.
Dude, I'm not doing all of them. Are you kidding me? Smitty said, hey, you should do a mock draft to see how right you are. And I was like, all right, I'll do one.
He's winning the
I don't know. I only put hey, Mid, do you remember the tackle that I told the guard that I told Smitty from Florida? I said, I don't know who this guy is, but the computer said they needed a guard, so I gave him a guard.
I actually have a guard going.
Yeah, John, that'd be Osiris Torrance out of the University of Florida. One of those, another anomaly guys. I think the thing with him, he's an outlier. This is an outlier class a little bit, but he jumped very, very poorly, and we've never seen an NFL guard jump that poorly and then go in the first round.
Why does it matter? He's a guard.
Career.
He's not going out for passes.
Here comes Raj.
Like, some of those things are so stupid.
Yeah, I get it. Well, I was just mentioning that for historical trends, just looking at other guys that have done that. I'm just saying if he were to be a very good NFL player, it would be an outlier.
All right, Roger. Wow. I'm amazed.
I'm 1 for 1, baby.
Hey, Nick Saban's there. Good for him.
Are we all 1 for 1?
Yeah.
I believe we're all one. America should be 1 for 1 right now. I don't kind of how like last year, Kenny Pickett to the Steelers was one of the biggest smoke screen of all time. All right, mid. Let's settle down.
I accidentally hit loop.
Already made a pick.
Dude, that just confused the hell out of me.
That's my fault. I actually hit loop on the music.
How last year, Kenny Pickett to the Steelers was the biggest smoke screen of all time for the Steelers draft. I feel like
I had Houston as
Bryce Young to Carolina was the most obvious pick over the past like 2-3 weeks.
Hey,
it became
Beefy,
just so obvious.
What's a TV provider?
Oh my gosh.
He's still
Direct TV.
Still trying to get the draft on.
He's still trying to get the draft on.
I have to sign it again.
Bryce Young is a handsome fellow.
Do you want me to just put a mirror up and project it onto the screen?
Sure.
Will Levis time, Tyler? I don't know.
I'm just not gonna draft
I hope so, man. I want
chaos, but I think it's going to be defense.
I hope so.
I
don't want chaos.
Yeah, that's what I think, Drew. I think it's going to be Will Anderson.
It doesn't make any sense to not get Stroud.
3 times.
I don't know, mid. Can you give some scenarios for why it makes sense not to take Stroud in that position?
You would rather have Davis Mills than CJ Stroud.
The reason why they're not picking Stroud is because when there's shapes flying at his face, he can't determine which shape is which too fast enough.
The owner of that, though, said that he didn't even score that low, I thought.
I didn't see that.
Correct. Okay, the S2 guy did debunk that on the Pat McAfee show this week. Said that wasn't the case. Had no clue where it came from. But again, I wanted to chime in on this whole thing with the Houston Texans. I think it's going to depend. Yeah, Drew. I mean, yeah, I see what you're saying potentially. But as far as the Houston Texans go, I think the thing with them is they got to figure out what's the timeline, because you look at Nick Caserio, who's in year 3 of GM. However, first-year coaching staff, a lot of new guys just put in place there. You'd think their leash is going to be longer. I'm looking at it like, what does ownership want? Because ultimately, that's what's going to matter here. I know Stroud very late moved to the betting odds favorite to be second overall. So if Houston holds on to this pick, you would think that Vegas has kind of gotten word that's who the pick's going to be. In my final mock, I went Will Anderson, maybe wait on a quarterback. I'm not even saying wait for next year. It could be at 12, where they could move up from 12 and take one also in this draft class.
Pick's in.
The pick is in. I've known this for 10 years now, who this guy was going to be.
You know, Drew, going back because he can't take the or see like shapes coming at him.
Give me
Stroud. I mentioned this on the show. No, it wasn't our show. It was our live draft 2 nights ago. Even if the S2 stuff was true, all that says is he didn't take the test well to me. Nothing about that test compared to what I see on film shows me that he doesn't process information and reacts to it better than Anthony Richardson or Will Levis.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I was just making fun of the test.
I know.
More of a baseball test than it is a football test.
But like none of that even really makes sense when it comes to like when you just watch the film, who's the better quarterback.
Right.
And obviously Anthony Richardson has the high athletic upside, but if you're just watching film, it's CJ Stroud by a mile compared to either of them.
Yeah.
I don't watch film, and I agree with you.
Ultimately, I just think that DeMeco Ryans is a defensive guy, come from San Fran. He probably doesn't believe the quarterback position is big of a deal.
Yeah,
he should take Stroud though.
I think he should take Stroud, but I think he's going to take defense.
I thought you said the pick was in, so I already put it at the bottom.
It is in.
Well, yeah, it's also online. So what I'm saying is, I thought you were saying we already knew who it was collectively. It was CJ Stroud.
Oh, get off the internet.
CJ Stroud.
Well, you said the pick was in, so I thought it was.
Yeah, but they tell you that at the bottom. Roger didn't get off his chair yet. We lost one.
Yeah, he said BRB got a tinkle in the private chat.
Twice.
Obviously, Smitty and I are going to be 1-1 right now in our picks, but I do think it's the right pick for the Texans.
Yeah, I'm mad that Smitty wavered on this down the stretch because honestly, he was going with CJ Stroud kind of at the last minute, decided to switch it up, go with Will Anderson. He kind of bought into the idea that quarterbacks could fall a little bit, thinking that they could get one of the guys at 12 or just a slight trade up from there and still get the blue chip player on defense at 2.
Yeah, and now this is going to completely screw up my next couple picks.
Yeah, I'm screwed too.
Atrocious.
Just wondering why Shams Charania is breaking NFL news. Stay in your lane, pal.
I should have just stayed with CJ Stroud like I did on Tuesday. I even drafted him. I had the Texans.
You did. I mean, you did.
Should have stayed with Stroud. Oh man. Oh well.
My mocks are all based on following these guys around the country and who they decide to talk to the most. I think that they were actually thinking defense, and then the owner came in and said, I need to sell some jerseys and sell some tickets.
Oh, no.
So where do you guys think Anthony Richardson's going to go?
I'm going to say Tennessee trades up and takes him.
That's what
right now.
Where are you thinking? Tennessee as well? Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
I had a wild mock. My official mock, Smitty. Did you see what I did?
No.
I had Minnesota trade up to the Falcons spot and take them.
Ooh, what did they give up? Because I was going through looking at Minnesota's picks, realized they don't have a ton of draft capital because I was trying to get up for even Hendon Hooker, let alone we'll see you, Jenny. But we were trying to get up there.
CJ Stroud, by the way,
and couldn't do it because they don't have a ton of picks this year.
Yeah, I know they don't have a ton of picks. Let me see. What did I give up for that? Because I just thought if I have to beat the great Zachary Smith in a mock draft contest, I had to go outside of the box and really start throwing things at the wall. And if I lose, at least I had fun with it, you know? So the Vikings have 23, 87, 119, 158, and 211. I believe I traded 23 the first next year.
Wait a minute. I just realized. I think Sarge is the only one that's 2 for 2, right?
Let's go.
2 for 2.
Sometimes knowing the least works the best.
Yeah. So I think in my trade, I had him trading up to 8, and I gave up this year's first, next year's first, 87, and then a second next year. Take Anthony Richardson.
Oof.
This clock's about to go down to 10 seconds with a trade.
This is where I had Anderson,
He's
right?
so accurate. I'm just watching these Stroud highlights. He's so accurate.
I love the pairing there with Bobby Slowick as well, who the Texans brought in on that D'Amico Ryan step. I think this is a really good pairing. I know there was a lot of talk about, Bryce Young being the ideal guy for the Houston Texans, but I really like the idea of CJ Stroud there, especially if you go and get him a weapon at 12. Now, I kind of find it hard to believe that D'Amico Ryans would spend 2 straight picks on offense here in the first round, but we'll see what happens at 12.
No way.
I don't know. I think maybe the GM won't think this way, but I think the fan base might look at Cincinnati and think we need to get some of that same magic and draft a college receiver.
Oh, that would be sick.
I think that's what they would want to do from a fan base perspective, but I would be looking. I really think they go somewhere along that defensive line at 12.
Either JSN or Lucas Van Ness for me.
Lucas Van Ness
makes a ton of sense.
Sarge, get somebody else's login.
I'm watching on Sports Surge.
Okay. Did you log off of my account?
I think so.
It literally said you're streaming too many platforms, you fatty.
It didn't call you fat.
Get off of Twitter. Get off of Twitter.
I'm not on Twitter. I'm sending a text. Got a text from a source. Just replying.
John Mechie, check. Yeah. I do like Mechie.
I just
stays healthy.
Healthy, yeah.
Hey, can you tell Zach that I'm mad at him for not telling me the Brian Reynolds stuff? Because he usually tells me stuff.
I'm assuming this is when Jenny came on. Sarge got a lot more interesting.
Yeah, she's a lot prettier than me.
I'm not sure what you're referring to when it comes to the Brian Reynolds stuff.
You said in the last episode of the podcast that you knew like 3 days before.
Oh yeah, I was totally joking, being facetious, making fun of people that are like, "Oh, I had that first."
You slippery little devil. Well, he's a slippery little devil.
They should have fired
Yep.
his agent.
Who, Smitty's?
All right. If the Cardinals are sticking with pick and it doesn't switch to a trade,
Will Anderson.
are they taking Will Anderson or Tyree Wilson?
Now that
Taking Will Anderson.
I think Devin Witherspoon is a sneaky pick here.
What if Buddha gets
I mean-
traded?
I mean,
They-
what?
What?
They,
What?
hold on.
What?
Byron Murphy. And
What?
I think he's a horrible player.
You think there's any world they package Buddha Baker and
I
Diop?
do have. There's
I
one
think that they
thing
would
I
take
have.
Wait,
one of the
Houston-
edge guys, but I don't think that you should completely.
Wait.
Houston is trading up to 3?
Who is? Oh,
That's awesome.
Back for
Houston
Will
is trading up to
Anderson.
3. Dude,
They're going back for Will Anderson.
wherever Zach Smith is, our draft is cucked. We're screwed.
Hey, I'm giving myself
Technically,
a point. I
technically,
have Will Anderson on the Texans. That's all that matters.
That would. Yeah,
technically,
that would be
I
points
have-
for you.
I have the first 3 picks now. Technically.
They're
Yeah,
coming
dude.
back up.
Does that,
For
I would say that
Anthony
counts as
Richardson.
points for Smitty and I believe, with Will Anderson going to the Texans.
It
If
is.
that's
Do I
the
get do I get a point?
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, it doesn't matter that you do, but yeah, you can get a point.
I want to win.
Look at them.
Man, what did they have to give up? I want to know the compensation.
12's
Me.
going. 12 in their
Obviously 12. They have to give up the first next year if that's the case
Yeah.
too. And then what else do you
I'm
add
gonna
on
say-
top of it?
I'm going to say 12, a 1
Will
next
Anderson's
year,
looking
and
a
a
little
2,
happy.
whether it's this year or next year's.
I think they're going to trade for
Nick
Brandon
Saban
Cooks
already
back just to
switched
trade him.
up, left Bryce Young. He's now with Will Anderson.
And he looks really happy. That's crazy.
That's awesome. Wow.
You follow the smoke, though. There was smoke there the whole time.
That's crazy.
Do we think DeAndre Hopkins is part of this trade, getting a pass catcher as well for the new quarterback, CJ Stroud?
Dude, you trail off
I think that-
everything, and it's so funny.
that could make sense actually, because you're giving up this pick, and that ruins your shot of getting the number 1 receiver in this draft, which a lot of people mocked to you at 12. And at that point, you still have basically the 4 of us as receivers down there in Houston. So
That's
I
actually
think
why
there's
Smitty's not here.
there's still some quality receivers that they can get later in this draft, I feel like. But in terms of having like a true number 1, they're missing their opportunity by trading up. So I feel like that could make sense that he could be in the return.
That'd be
And it could be
hilarious.
an easy out.
That would be
for the
hilarious.
I've
Cardinals.
covered the draft for a long time. I don't know that a team has ever had the 2nd and 3rd overall selections in the NFL draft.
Hopkins ain't going back. He was so unhappy when he left.
Was he? But it's D'Amico Ryans now. I mean, does that change things for Newt? Does he have any type of relationship with him? Maybe got on the phone, talked to him, had a
he
cup
like
of
the owner?
coffee.
Did he have beef with the owners?
Maybe
Tweet about him?
you're gonna have to ask Mel.
I'm asking Mid.
He doesn't know. Mid's got nothing on this.
I think he tweeted about him, didn't he?
All right, here's the trade. So 12, 33, a 1st and a 3rd next year for 3 and 105 this year.
Okay, so no nuke.
They probably gave back a top 5 pick, at least 5 to 10 next year. What if it's Jalen Carter?
I would like that.
Because you need to get if you're going to give up that much, you got to get a guy that's going to have a huge ceiling.
It's got to be Will Anderson, though.
Yeah, it is. Wow. Here comes Will Levis.
Why are
I
they
mean,
hammered by
Richardson.
him?
This worked out perfectly if you're the Colts.
I think the Colts just like Levis more.
I think he was a pawn for Richardson.
Upon, like,
We, I'm hoping that Richardson don't go yet, because then we have to bring back Zach's tweet about eating dog shit if he doesn't go in the top 10. So
Ew.
people don't forget.
I still never went streaking when the Bucks won the Super Bowl.
Go do it quick.
I think it was like as soon as Brady signed there, I said if they win, I'll go streaking through New Brighton.
You got to
Joe
run out
says
the house
Levis
like
sucks.
Jared Simpchez.
Man, Houston going all in. Kind of.
They're going all in for those 5 wins.
Levis is this year's Zach Wilson. Believe me, I know.
Except from what we know, Will Levis does not have sex with older women.
Joe's there with Levis's grandma. You're going to kill her too.
So he's kind of lame.
I
That's
might
what
have been
you're
hearing
saying.
some different things as when it comes to Will Levis.
Are you on Twitter?
He hooked up with your mom.
No, as far as how he gets down with older women.
He hooked up with your mom.
Per source.
Yankees
At
are
the
winning, by the
airport
way.
with Levis's grandma. She said he sucks too.
What?
Mid, what do you feel about the thought that Will Anderson might not have much of a ceiling prior to what he is right now? I feel like some people think he's already at his ceiling, which is a really good player. Don't get me wrong, but they might not be able to untap more in the NFL. Whereas there could be other edge rushers and players in general that you could get more out of what they do in the NFL compared to what they did in college.
That's why I was thinking Carter, but I'll let Mid talk now. I squeezed one in before he went.
Nice.
Yeah, Tyler, I think it's a great question when you look at Will Anderson Jr. has bend around the edge. I think, honestly, that label gets strapped to a lot of defenders that are coming out of Alabama because they think they're so pro-ready. People just feel like they're already coming into the NFL at their ceiling. But here's the thing with Will Anderson Jr. Say this is all that you get from a guy. Say he is just a 7-8 sack guy with a bunch of pressures. That's a pretty good place to start, in my opinion. High character guy. I think he does a lot of things on and off the field that you really want to buy into as an NFL cornerstone for a defense. So no, I really don't buy into the idea that he's already at his ceiling. I do think there's a little bit of untapped potential there. I think he's really explosive. What? Got great hands. What? Really good getting around the end. What? And I think he's going to be a really good NFL player. So I like this pick for the Texans.
What? This kind of reminds me when they drafted Mario Williams.
I agree, Mid. And when in this edge class, I feel like there's a lot of solid edges, but he's the most polished one. What are you smirking at? He's the most polished one. Like Tyree Wilson, everybody wants to take him on the traits, which I fully understand.
6'7", just a profile that you do not see.
I big bust potential, in my opinion.
Pick is in for the Colts, by the way.
Tyree Wilson, you're really expecting him to hit.
Don't put it at the bottom.
Do we have a ticker?
Yep.
We have a ticker.
You haven't seen the Fricker ticker before?
Oh. Mine still says 4 minutes. Oh, there we go. Is this Bill Levis?
I feel like it's Rich. It's one of the two, right?
What if they drafted Bijan Robinson? That'd be awesome.
I believe Tyler said that he had a mock where he took Bijan at 3 with Arizona.
Hey, did you guys already go over the compensation for the pick?
Yep.
What was it? I missed it.
Say it again, Mid.
It was your mom?
Well, let me go back and find it then. I know it was. I was like, so the Cardinals get 12. What? 33. What? A first in 2024. What? And a third in 2024. The Texans get 3. What? And 105 this year.
What? Nice. That seems. I mean, that's pretty. That's an okay trade, I think.
Thought it was gonna be more.
The guy in the Colts room is looking 2 different ways.
So here's if that's what it costs to get to 3, what would it like? I know it's not going to happen because this isn't how the Steelers work. But let's say they do trade up to 9. What would it cost, do you think?
This year's first, 49, and probably a second next year. It really depends on what the Bears are offering, because if you're at that point, no tackles off the board, everybody knows who you're trading for. Especially if Gonzalez and Witherspoon are gone at that point, and it's Paris Johnson Jr., who everybody expects, you're kind of just laying into the hands of the Bears. They know what you want.
Let me throw something at you. Hold on. Yes, Smitty wants to tell you something. Yeah, I think what it would cost would be 17.49 in a third, but you get a fifth back along with 10 or 9. I mean,
okay.
Anthony.
All right, thanks, Smitty.
Wow.
Anthony Richardson.
They chose
let's
him.
go.
Listen, that is the smart pick if you are shooting for the moon. Like if you want to
Which
hit.
Jim Irsay is doing.
Will Levis was a pawn.
Listen, Will Levis might be a fine quarterback, but out of the two, he might end up being an okay quarterback. But out of the two options that you had with quarterback in this pick, I think it makes total sense to bank on the upside of Richardson. He's an athletic freak, and like I've said on the show with Smitty before, one of the most athletic plays I have ever seen came whenever he played the University of Utah on a 2-point conversion. He spin moved around 2 players with the ball in one hand and threw it to a guy in the back of the end zone. One of the most athletic plays that I've ever seen a college football player do. But if you're really going to bank your franchise on one of those 2 quarterbacks, I feel like you have to take the upside of the athleticism. You're really going to take a big arm in Levis, and that's really about it if you took him. I feel like there's more upside and there's higher value with taking Anthony Richardson. It could crash and burn. However, the upside that's there is worth the risk.
And he gets
so here's my thing. Here's my thing with Anthony Richardson. I think when I was evaluating him, I came away a little bit more impressed with what his floor could be as an NFL player, just because of the rushing upside. Going to Indy here, Shane Steichen obviously working with Jalen Hurts in Philly, did a lot of the same concepts there, runs a lot of RPO. So I think that, this is a really good landing spot for Anthony Richardson. I still don't want him to play right away going here. I think maybe we see somebody else, play for a little bit and ease him in. But Anthony Richardson, I think the long-term outlook looks a lot brighter working with a guy like Shane Steichen in Indy.
And now if you're the Titans, I mean, you're sitting there, you have pick 11.
Oh, you're
and
fucked.
I feel like yeah, but if you're wanting to take the quarterback and you're wanting to take Levis, you really don't have to move now. I don't think there's a single team that's going to take Levis ahead of you.
No way.
The Raiders.
The Raiders, I don't buy that they're into a quarterback.
I'd rather have Jimmy G.
Gotten word that the Raiders will not go Will Levis.
According to Platt, it's Levis Vegas.
But would you rather draft Will Levis or just start Jimmy G at that point?
Yeah, I'm going. Well, Jimmy G, listen, even if they went Will Levis, Jimmy G would be the starter to start the season. That's the thing. Everybody's talking about Anthony Richardson. I actually think Will Levis a little bit further away from playing in the NFL than even Anthony Richardson. Levis, when you look at what he does pre-snap, kind of identifies one guy. Now, I get the Kentucky offense didn't have a lot to work with, but Will Levis, there's a lot of things to clean up pre-snap, post-snap, the way he goes through his things. So I think that Will Levis is honestly further away from playing in the NFL than even Anthony Richardson.
Like, did his draft stock just skyrocket because of his workouts? Because I didn't hear anything.
Anthony Richardson?
Really, yeah, I didn't really hear anything about him until. But then it's like, do you really we've seen in the past, like Jamarcus Russell, he had all the attributes and he sucked.
Who's the starting quarterback of the Colts next year now, though?
Yeah, Jamarcus Russell didn't care about football.
Richardson might get forced into the starting role.
Didn't they get Gardner Minshew? Baby. Yeah, Gardner Minshew.
We're going to start Minshew, seriously?
I think so.
I think they got it to start the season. Again, I think this is a really good landing spot for Anthony Richardson long term, but I don't like him if you got to play him right away.
Dude, I'm not a big comp guy either, but NFL comparison, Donovan McNabb.
He's more athletic than Donovan McNabb.
I'm getting told that the Seahawks looking to move down now.
Get off of
Twitter. Move down to 17.
I'd literally swallow my sock if the.
What if that was Pete Carroll on the phone?
They're trying to move down. I bet you the Eagles try to move up to get Jalen Carter.
What? What's happening?
The Ravens are coming up to 5?
No, they're not.
I know.
I feel like it's got to be Jalen Carter. Bolster that defensive line and pick arguably the best player in the draft.
Hey, I think Tennessee is going to get Hendon Hooker.
Oh man,
That'd be great.
I told Smitty I felt it on my toes.
That would be really funny if they took Hendon Hooker over Will
For you-
Levis.
for you guys being Steelers fans, probably want to see that 5th quarterback go before pick 17.
Someone's moving up for Carter here.
Why, if you're Seattle, why not take him?
I don't know. Maybe they don't like his character.
They don't like his character. It's Seattle. It's Pete Carroll. He loves
Yeah,
his
but there was
character.
something on part of my take this week. I can't believe I don't remember if it was McShay or if it was
Yeah.
Jeremiah, but they said that I think it was Jeremiah. He said that he heard from one scout that Schneider would take him and another that he wouldn't.
Yeah.
If you were so I've been thinking about this too. If you were the Colts right there, would you rather draft Richardson or would you rather have traded for Lamar?
I would have rather have made this pick and then signed Lamar to an offer sheet and then tried to trade next year's first. And that's why the Ravens gave that deal at the last minute, because teams could have done that.
But no, I meant like what they just did, draft Anthony Richardson. Like, I don't understand why they didn't just, like you said, just try to offer sheet him. Like,
yeah, but
Because you don't have to give up as much.
you have to give up 2 first, I guess. I would have tried to take a guy at 4 and then try to sign offer sheet after, but the Ravens knew that was going to happen, so that's when they upped their offer. They're going to trade back for sure. They're under almost at a minute.
I really hope that Anthony Richardson is good. I just like him.
Teams that might go up: Bears, Eagles.
That'd be funny if the Bears went up.
For someone's going to go up for.
I think it's going to be
Carter.
Eagles for
Someone
Jalen
beat
Carter.
Mike in Illinois. Mike, respect me. I'm sitting here in my living room watching the TV. I don't have.
No, it's because I have your mic turned down. Because remember, I turned your
Oh.
mic down. That's why.
Mid Kuiper did it.
Mid Kuiper did it.
Oh, the Seahawks pick is in.
It's got to be Jalen Carter.
Ooh.
Yeah. Let's try to
Levis,
guess.
maybe?
Ah,
There's
If
no
they
way
stuck,
it's
I'm saying Tyree Wilson.
I'm trying to look at some of their visits quick. Carter, Levis.
I came with the sparkling water. Drew came out with notes.
The only guys in this range that makes sense that they had in a visit, they didn't have Wilson.
Oh.
And
Are the visits
Okay.
all that important?
I mean, it's just. gives
You
a
think
good
at some
idea who they're
point
interested
they
in.
would meet with somebody?
I feel
Devin
like Smitty knows
Witherspoon?
what I'm doing.
What's that?
Devin Witherspoon was in on a private, and so is Carter. Everyone else doesn't seem to make much sense here based on what's left.
This is unrelated, but did you, Beefy? I don't know if you watched it either, Drew, but did you like the Mandalorian finale?
I didn't see it all yet. I don't even think I saw the finale. I didn't see the finale yet.
Yeah, I think people, for the Mandalorian, people need to get over the fact that they want to see Jedis and stuff all the time.
Well, last season's finale, I mean, they set themselves up for failure. You can't top that.
It's got to be Carter, right? They don't need to draft a corner.
What if they got D-Hop? That'd be funny. I just want to see a player traded again. Is that too much to ask for? Somebody,
When they were
somebody-
coming back from commercial, they showed Witherspoon. That
I
doesn't
think
make
it
sense.
could be, but that's like their strength, right?
yeah, why would they? That doesn't make any sense.
They want to bring back the.
Somebody at work said that the Steelers should trade Deontay to the Bears and draft JSN. And I said, why would they do that? And they said, because Deontay sucks. I was like, all right, this is done.
Is that Steelers Twitter?
No, it's someone I work
Yeah,
with.
they took. Yeah, look at this.
Yep.
Why?
Devin
Wallen and Devin Witherspoon.
I mean,
Why?
he's a hell of a player.
That's a good combo.
He's a hell of a player.
Tariq Woolen and Devin Witherspoon's a good
The
combo.
Jalen Carter slide is
I-
officially on.
Whee!
Detroit.
Drew getting roasted by
Detroit's
Adam
getting.
McCall.
I think this is where he goes.
You're arguably the best prospect in the draft.
I think this is where he.
And you're gonna have
this is where he
you're
goes.
gonna have character issues. What are you doing?
Dude, you're telling me Dan Campbell can't deal with character issues?
Man,
You have a
Campbell.
clean slate, man. Him and Hutchison too. That'd be sweet. Jesus.
Illinois. Yes, Mike. Illinois.
I feel like the Lions would want to trade back here.
What do you mean? No, they're going. Ross, do not
The
ruin.
pick
If
is-
you're telling me Detroit's
I'm-
picking Gonzalez
Per
right now,
Shams?
There's no way.
never do that again.
What? Oh, I'm watching highlights of this fella.
I think Gonzalez could make sense.
But they already re-upped their entire secondary in free agency.
Detroit?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they traded Akuda
Yeah, but they
I
traded
don't
Akuda.
care.
and
I wa-
Emmanuel Mosley's only there on 1 year.
I'm
And
just saying.
you'd be getting the best corner.
Wait, how's
I'm
there
just
somebody?
saying that if I were an NFL team before pick 17, I would.
The Lions are happy.
Jalen Carter, come on,
Come on.
man.
I mean,
Come on,
as
Dad.
as I said last pick, I'd take Jalen Carter because he's the best prospect in the draft, arguably.
What
It's
if he
gotta be
slides to
Carter.
17?
It's got to be Carter though, because there's
Slides
no one
to 17. I think NFL GMs would be high if he slid to 17.
He would.
It
He
might
would
be
go
high. It's
at
legal
9
now.
or 10. There's no way he gets past 9 or 10. He. This has to be Carter now. It just doesn't make sense.
The
anyway.
slide would stop at the Eagles.
That's true.
unless they
That's
like
who I.
Dallas or something. But I don't.
I hate Ross Nickel.
What did you say, Ross? You don't always have to
Isn't
say
that
something.
Matt McAfee?
Yeah.
I don't
Matt
think
Pack.
Ross looks like Pat.
Is that why he?
McAfee?
Is that why
He
did
didn't.
that?
He
that was
posted.
Twitter
Ross has one picture where he looks like Pat McAfee.
Someone will
I'll
trade
give
up
him
for
that.
10. Yeah, I had 3 trades in my final mock draft. 2 of them were into the top 10. One of those didn't happen.
Carter's going now.
Waiting on you, Titans.
Can I be Andrew Mittaponi? Dude, he posted a video the other day of him wearing like a clown wig with no context. He just gave his opinion on something.
Dude doesn't know ball.
Also,
Imagine not knowing
while we're
ball.
waiting for the pick, how about Mid Kuiper? I know you're NFL analyst guy, but how about those Pittsburgh Pirates and their start to the season? Getting another series win against the Dodgers, taking 2 out of 3.
Yeah, well, I look at the Pittsburgh Pirates, the way that they're playing, even despite the injury to O'Neal Cruz, recently paid Brian Reynolds a ton of money, largest in franchise history, first contract over $100 million. I like what they're really doing right now. The pitching staff's been great. The bullpen probably overachieving a little bit. One of the best closers in the game, and David Bednar, Rodolfo Castro exceeding expectations. Andrew McCutcheon back in Pittsburgh. What a story that has been. Connor Joe's been a great addition. Carlos Santana, a lot of vets in that room right now playing really good baseball, sound fundamental baseball, everybody contributing a little bit, really fun to watch. They're kind of like my bandwagon team right now in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. How long do you think the narrative will change to this team is overachieving, and at what point do we say this team's actually good?
Lions
I think
traded
they're
back.
actually good.
Lions traded back to the Arizona Cardinals.
Thought we were staying off Twitter.
I didn't get a tweet. It was a text.
Oh,
So
So Beefy, I don't.
Arizona coming back up. Is this for Jalen Carter? No,
Beefy,
they
I
like
don't
Tyree
think that this-
Wilson. There was a lot of talk about them with Tyree Wilson.
you know that's
I don't think that.
that's a hefty
don't
trade
think that-
up to take Zachary Smith's edge 7. You know, I don't really know
So-
if that's a
This
smart
could
move.
be Paris, though.
Are they trading the pick they
This
just
could be Paris.
got?
I'll be so pissed.
Yeah, they would be.
Okay, let's rank them right now. My top 3 right now going in this spot to the Arizona Cardinals. Number 1, Paris Johnson Jr. Number 2, Tyree Wilson. Number 3, Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
It's going to be Paris, I think.
This sucks.
Yeah, well, listen, call the Arizona Cardinals Europe because they're going Paris right here.
And if you're the Raiders, I think you're sitting
You're an
here
idiot.
happy because then you have the decision of making either Jalen Carter or Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah,
both great options.
I think Paris here because
Kyler Murray's going to be a lot like Tommy Pickles and Rugrats go to Paris right now with the way that the Arizona Cardinals are going to get Paris Johnson Jr. protected his blind side.
This is the first time he's spoken up about something, I think.
Here's the thing.
Besides
if Paris goes at 7 or 6, excuse me, if Paris goes here, I think the real question is, when does the next tackle get taken? Is it going to be at 9?
It's not announced yet. It's not announced yet, but Shefty started saying words that pissed me off.
He said he's not going to be surprised if it's an offensive tackle.
You know what's hilarious?
Now,
what's hilarious?
Yeah.
Say
your statement.
For 10 years, Aaron Rodgers has been asking the Packers, hey, how about we draft a receiver in the first round? They're like, nah. Kyler Murray speaks up one time, and he's like, hey, I kind of like that Paris Johnson guy. And they're like, all right.
Well, what I was saying is I think the question about the tackle class is going to really start after this pick. Whether Paris Johnson Jr. gets picked here, I think that's kind of regardless. Now, do the Bears take a tackle? Do the Eagles, what are we looking at after this? And are we going to see tackles start to roll off the board more, or are people going to experiment as some of these better players fall?
Damn.
Was there an over-under trade you could bet?
I'm sure there is on some sports.
Not in PA.
This is Pennsylvania. You can't freaking bet on the draft.
So 12 and a second. Damn, they get 34?
With the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr., Ohio State.
There it is.
He just yelled, yeah, right on the live TV.
There it is. It's official.
At least I don't have to whip it out now.
The Steelers are not getting a left tackle this year. There's still a chance at a right tackle, though. Man, that sucks. But like I said, if you're the Raiders, you love this scenario.
What are you so happy for? The Cardinals suck. And they're going to suck for the entire time you're there.
Because the signing bonus at 6 versus 11 is probably a couple million more.
Sucks so
You know
bad.
what? Never wanted him.
You want to say hi?
It was always Broderick Jones.
Relax.
Hi, Zayna.
Don't sound so happy.
She's in her pajamas, so she doesn't want to be on camera.
No, the Raiders now get to select between the best defensive lineman and the best corner. If I'm them, and honestly, it's a tough decision. I actually think this was the decision that I was faced with in our live mock draft on Tuesday, because I had both Devin Witherspoon and Christian Gonzalez there, and Jalen Carter fell to 7. I ended up taking Jalen Carter, but I think now rethinking it, your back end in Las Vegas sucks so bad. I think you have to take Christian Gonzalez.
I think the Bears are going to trade back from 1 and end up with the guy they wanted anyways. I hope he slides out of the top 10 just so Drew Rosenhaus looks like a douchebag. This sucks. Screw you, Baldy.
Also, I got to compliment the draft hats. This year is actually not a mid draft hat class.
Yeah, they're sick.
Yeah, shout out to the Cardinals with a guy like Paris Johnson protecting you. Kyler Murray's going to be able to do a lot more pew, 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 all around the field, the way that Jonathan Gannon wants to.
Was that pew, 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 pew? Was that him shooting in Call of Duty?
That's what I thought it was at first. There's a kitty on here.
Raise your hand if
He
you
was
fell
a
through the
pipe
ceiling
dream
at
for the
H&R Block
Steelers.
before.
Like I said, the only way the Steelers were actually going to get him, you would have had to trade up to 9. And now seeing that you would have had to trade up to 7, never going to happen.
I was just hoping he'd get the 9. That way we can have the conversation, but it's ruined.
Hey, we
What do
still
you
have the
think, Tyler?
conversation to see if the Steelers are going to trade up between 9 to 12 to go get Broderick Jones. Like my co-host Zachary Smith said, wherever he is. Not really sure what he's doing right now. He loves the draft.
He's probably cranking pod.
All the guys have like gold emblems with their initials. Is that a thing this year?
I guess so.
You're still gonna lose 10 to
PJ
15.
is iced out. No,
That dude's
200
like-
IQ. You draft 200 IQ is you drafted your left tackle to be able to draft
Caleb
your
Williams.
quarterback next year. Yeah.
Move
You're
on from Kyler.
You're skipping the year to get a better
New Call of
quarterback
Duty
than
on the
any
way.
quarterback in this class.
What do you think they would
Kyler.
give for Kyler?
Something.
I don't know.
I'm sure.
Probably
Maybe a
a
couple-
month
I think-
too.
Expansion pack.
I think Rappaport or somebody said that Zach Wilson would only go for like a 5.
Probably a new Zombies DLC is what he'd be able to get on the open market.
I think that San Francisco and the Jets should just swap.
What's the dart throw makes no sense pick that the Raiders could do this year like they always do?
Keon White.
Receiver.
Keon White.
Keon White was in a private visit.
Ooh.
Keon White is who I had the Packers take.
Deshaun Watson
I had the
was in a
Packers
lot of
trading
those.
back and what?
He said there he had a private visit. And I said Deshaun Watson had a lot of those.
All right. Sarge, are you drinking over there or what?
No, I just thought it was funny.
Christian
No, I just
Gonzalez
thought it
don't look
was funny.
happy. His phone ain't ringing.
That could mean either thing.
9 will have at least one of Jones, Witherspoon, and Gonzalez still there. That's still too early for Jones, but one of them is guaranteed to be around. Yeah, I think, man.
You think Steelers
In my
get Jared Ford
opinion,
Jr.?
and I know Smitty
Wait, Witherspoon.
had
I think they're
Smitty
trying to
had
trade
trade.
back.
Yeah,
Witherspoon went
Witherspoon's
already?
gone.
Was he?
In my opinion, the Steelers' window for trading up just went out the window. But that's just my opinion. I know Smitty probably believes the same thing in terms of what he would do, but I know he had the Steelers trading up to get Broderick Jones. But this was the only player that I talked about that I would trade up for because of the
Makes sense.
position that he played. Anyone else, off the table.
Picks in. It didn't look like Gonzalez was on the phone.
No, he was playing with the bottle cap.
I texted him.
What a big hat. Wait. I know what to wear for the draft.
Imagine being in that field behind where this is being held and seeing nothing.
Wait, who's that guy that's on ESPN's coverage of the draft wearing a blue suit, blue tie, other end of
It's like
William
you.
McFarland?
Looks like you.
That's
What do you guys
Smith
think?
Fits 412.
What's this shirt?
He looks like he's all Cool Runnings.
What, Joseph in the Technicolor Dreamcoat over here?
Great movie.
Nick and Hannah sent it to me from Oregon. Do I look sweet?
Yeah, you look
That's a
so
Nike
nice.
shirt?
Yes, Nike. Fit check.
No, the Raiders pick would be you have a serious need.
Tyree Wilson, I bet.
Well, that's the thing. You have a serious need of corner, which it makes sense to take Gonzalez. And Jalen Carter is Jalen Carter, so it makes sense to take him. So it does make sense to take Tyree Wilson.
My bet's Tyree, just knowing the Raiders.
If Jalen Carter slides to 9, I'm gonna lose it. Imagine being the Bears and getting your guy.
Did the Falcons meet with him?
Let me take a look. I think the Falcons love Van Ness.
I would not be surprised to see a running back go here, from what I've been hearing.
For the Raiders?
No, for the Falcons after.
Oh.
The Falcons did have official visit with Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, wait. It's it says on my list they met him at the combine and it was a local visit. What's the extent of a local visit? Just the 30, but it doesn't count.
Probably like a lunch.
It's the same as the top 30, but it doesn't count towards your 30.
Cool. Yeah.
Look at Roger, the smug son of a bitch. He knows he's comfortable in his position. All the owners love him. Keep making money.
Gets paid to get yelled at.
Have they announced a pick yet, or am I just super behind?
They are right now.
No.
Okay.
Yep.
Tyree Wilson at.
That's a big boy.
He's 6'7".
Yes.
Buccos just scored again. Yes, they did. If Carter don't go here, wouldn't be shocked if the Steelers trade up. Ross, I would be shocked.
They're not trading up for Carter.
I think that if anyone's going to trade up here, it's the Eagles to leap the Bears.
Yeah.
And we've been joking about character issues with him. The Steelers are not going to be the team to take a character issue guy. I hate to break it to you.
They got Pickens last year.
That's completely different. Immaturity is not criminal offenses.
That's true.
Carter would be good in Philadelphia, though, teamed up with Jordan Davis.
Oh, Carter would be great there. I think Philly's going interior no matter what, whether it's defensive or offensive. Coaching for him is going to be very important. Yeah, because he's raw as hell. Speaking of Tyree Wilson, by the way, I'm just listening to what they're saying.
Yeah. If this clock dwindles.
So I look at this. I look at Tyree Wilson just went at pick number 7. I have him as edge number 7. So very rich for me. Barely a first rounder in this class. I do not like this pick for the Raiders, but it is very Raiders when you look at things.
Mid, do you think people just fell in love with the physical attributes of him?
Wait a minute. Never mind. I'm looking at his suit right now. I had him as edge 1 coming into today. Yeah, I think when you look at the attribute, again, it's a very unique power profile. And when you look at a guy like that, everybody thinks we get their hands on this guy, they can make him one of the best edge players in the game with that size.
He just
That
picked
is
up
a
Roger
sweet
Goodell.
suit.
What's that?
That is a
It
sweet
looks like
suit.
he's
I
trying
just
to
thought.
intimidate the camera so bad there. It's hilarious.
Yeah, what is this picture? What is this graphic?
Yeah, well, picks in for Atlanta.
That was quick. That was quick.
They must have had their guy.
Yeah,
They're
Jalen Carter.
showing Levis. Oh, he's going to Atlanta. They just showed Carter, and he like smiled and nodded his head.
Why would the Falcons get Levis?
No. Carter.
Oh,
Yeah, it was
Okay.
Carter.
Carter makes sense here.
How many people? We got
Levis
in
is
here
going to
now?
fall to 11, and Titans are going to get their guy sitting.
So yeah, that's why I said after the Colts got Richardson, the Titans don't have to do anything.
Yeah.
he's not even he's 5th in Kentucky history in touchdowns. Who was ahead of him?
We only played there like 2 years.
Probably people that
Oh,
played at Kentucky for 4 years or 3 years.
He was at Penn State before that.
Plus, he was injured a lot last year.
Really enjoy how
that
every now and then
numbers.
people in the comments just saying Pirates just scored.
Jalen Carter watch. Derek.
I hate
That
to
would-
break it to you, pal.
hey, Roach isn't Roach.
That would be something, but like I said, I think the option for trading up went out the window and PJ was gone.
Stop it.
You on Twitter again?
No, he's probably faking it.
I'm not faking this one.
Do I have to go to Twitter?
That's what she said.
If you want to, hey, I mentioned something. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Philly traded up.
No, it's
No.
Atlanta
No.
made the pick super quick.
Yeah, that's going to be a good backup to former BYU Tyler Algier.
The man is mine. Come next week. He's mine.
Is that when our draft is?
Listen, if it only takes 49 along with 17, the Steelers 100% should be on the phone right now trying to move up for Jalen Carter. When you look at their needs across the board, Mike Tomlin, Pittsburgh, perfect scenario to move up for Jalen Carter, I think. I'd be on the phone if I was them. Maybe they are on the phone right now.
You'd rather trade up for Carter than Gonzalez?
Yeah, I would. And then I think you can get corner at 32 still. Jalen Carter, best player in the draft from a football perspective, fills an immediate need there on that Steelers defense. What's been the issue for Pittsburgh year in, year out? Stopping the run. I think Jalen Carter, an immediate need, also offers that pass rush juice they haven't had in the middle.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we were saying. The corner depth is much more rich than the defensive line depth, and for that matter, most other positions in this draft.
So I had Bijan Robinson as the number 3 overall player in this class. My problem with the landing spot, Atlanta, not really. I mean, maybe they do feel like they're to be able to compete in that NFC South with the way that division is. But I think really the only team that could have justified taking him this high was Philly, because every carry he has gonna mean something during that rookie contract. So I don't love the landing spot of Atlanta, but I think really when I look at like a top 10 selection for a running back, don't have an issue with it. But it's what team is he going to? If Atlanta feels like they're competing right now, so be it. Also, we've seen them take a tight end at 4, like positional value thrown out the window in Atlanta. They might take a kicker in round 2. Who knows?
That makes sense for a team like the Falcons to make this pick.
Arthur Smith.
If Jalen Carter falls into the lap of the Eagles at 10, though, if the Bears pass, what?
And now you're really hoping, if you're Desmond Ridder, to just not really have to throw the ball at all. I'm just going to hand it off.
I don't know if he's watching right now. Just got a shout out from Josh Carney, Steelers Depot, saying I look like the coolest guy in America right now. So thank you, Josh. That was kind.
I'm going to mute him now for saying that. I'm going to mute him.
Go Pitt. Go Pitt. Go Pitt. Sorry, they were playing Sweet Caroline.
Yeah, why were they doing that?
I don't know. They think they're the Boston Red Sox.
Boo.
Honey Bijan.
He was on Pat.
I like Bijan as a player a lot, but running backs are running backs, and I'll never take one in round 1 if I have my choice.
I only care about my fantasy team right now. Honestly, they're going to lose a bunch of games, but I'm going to score a lot of points.
It's pretty sweet that I have Rodgers and Love.
If
Who's
Love
this
is
little
good,
fella?
Who's the little fella?
It looks like Fresh.
let's see if he says the name right.
Fresh pre-mullet.
Bijan. He's going to look good in Falcon black and red.
Bijan Robinson.
Chicago.
I mean, hey, the tackle and corner slide. Let's keep it going.
Do you think that, like, say the Eagles called Chicago to trade up with them? Do you think they're like, yeah, we'll trade with you if you don't take Jalen Carter?
They wanted.
I don't think that's how that works.
That's what I didn't know.
Eagles just traded up 1 spot.
Did they actually?
They're showing
There you go.
Chicago at 10.
Oh, yeah. They say Chicago's at 10.
Houdini?
This is bull.
What do you give up to get 1 spot?
Chicago 9, Chicago 10. The Eagles traded out of the first round, and Chicago traded into 10.
They got a 2024 4th. And the pick is in immediately, by the way.
So it's
This
Jalen Carter.
sucks.
It's got to be
I hate
Jalen
when they're
Carter.
happy.
And he gets to reunite with Georgia teammate Jordan Davis. I think Smitty was texting me earlier that Drew Hannes mentioned that to him in text that Philly could be the place for Jalen Carter because of having Jordan Davis there.
Yeah. I wish I was wrong, though.
Well, the rich get richer. Philly historically has a really good defensive front the last several years.
And they just lost Hargrave.
Continue to do so.
Howie Roseman does it again. How does he do this?
And I feel like in typical Philly fashion, they're putting an emphasis on the trenches. Like I said, I had them mock taking Skoronski, but whether it was going to be offensive or defensive line, I thought it was going to be a big guy.
Who would the Bears want that they don't care to drop back?
That's what I was just thinking.
Do you think the JSN hype is real?
Honestly, I would think they go tackle or Christian Gonzalez.
They got to protect. Yeah, that's what I'd say too. You got to protect your quarterback. I know they got DJ Moore in a trade back, which I mean, to me that'd be less enticing to take a wide receiver round 1.
Yeah, but what if they just don't care?
I mean, they could. They're a poverty organization, so that makes sense.
They didn't get a big sample size. I mean, I know that Claypool was like, him, but they really didn't get a full season sample size of him, so they might not want to risk getting.
They don't need a full season sample size of him. He's kind of ass.
Looks like he got the call.
Tyler, that was your shout out on the program.
Howie Roseman, Nick Sirianni just laughing it up right now, laughing at the rest of the league for letting them do this.
If it's not Jalen Carter, is it Christian Gonzalez?
But it's weird that he's not on the phone.
He was probably on the phone 10 minutes ago.
Or is it a tackle?
Wait, why is he? Yeah, he looks kind of mad.
Because he's going to Philly.
I'd be mad too if I was going to Philadelphia.
Also, do want to point out, looks like the Atlanta Falcons going kind of all in on Desmond Ridder this year. Good for him.
I mean, I don't think he was he really showed enough to say he's the guy yet, but I don't think he didn't do enough to prove he's not the guy either. I don't think they're completely out on him. It makes sense. There's potential upside there, but
Philly should draft Will Levis here.
With the backfield they have now too, with Bijan and Algier ran for 1,000 yards last year. I think that you have a pretty good backfield right now.
And is it
if I'm a Steelers fan, probably hoping that Christian Gonzalez slide continues.
Who's at 12?
My number 7 overall player in the class.
The Lions are at 12 now, and that's a perfect fit for them.
Yeah, I don't care what they're at right now. Don't like them. I think they could look at like a Miles Murphy in that spot. Lucas Van Ness, maybe.
Announce the pick, Raj. You shouldn't be able to say the pick is in when it takes 5 minutes to announce.
Bijan Robinson his suit is
maybe
clean.
Hair
Not
in
gonna
the
lie.
glass as well.
I don't want Jenny to know what he looks like. That Falcons hat is sweet.
All right, Jalen Carter, Chicago.
Can we get also
You're
in
Chicago.
the chat, maybe a temperature check? Let us know through, the picks that we've got here. Who's left on the board? Who's your number 1 guy for the Steelers?
Why is Andy Reid on the stream?
The Bears only got a 4th next year for that trade up.
First and a 4th? That's it.
It was just 10 and the swap 1 pick and a 4th next year. That's nothing. They must have just been like Carter was off their board. What else? Why else would they move up?
I
Maybe
think
they'll get
that.
Skoronski.
Okay, assume this is Carter. If you're Chicago and you're taking a tackle, are you taking Skoronski or are you taking Broderick Jones?
Oh.
I mean, I'm taking Skoronski and just saying, even if he is a guard, he's probably automatically day one of the better guards in the league. They need anything and everything. So
Unreal.
He looks thrilled.
Why did I say this earlier?
You know how every draft has just like one or two picks that everybody knows is happening? I feel like everybody knew he was going to the Eagles somehow.
Fuck.
Oh, man. Now another tackle's about to go off the board.
Look at what's on this graphic here.
Yeah.
Philadelphia Eagles went back and forth on this pick. And Drew Rosenhaus, the agent, called Howie Roseman today to begin to try to work with Jalen Carter on the phone with the Eagles to try to convince them to take him. I think early in this process, the Eagles were not thinking of Jalen Carter. When the board fell the way it did, he was the one player there that they loved.
The Bears pick was in fast.
Not a huge fan of his suit.
Take him. It was a tough discussion for a lot of teams. I know in front of the Eagles that took him off
If the Bears pick is in
88.
that quick,
He's number 88.
Yeah, dude. Defensive lineman, it's very common now to have a guy that will have a wide receiver number, whether it's a single digit or a some number in the 80s.
Well, Rosenhaus knew he wasn't going past the top 10.
Did you hear what they just said, though? They were saying that the Eagles went back and forth on Carter, and Drew Rosenhaus essentially called them this morning and begged for them to be interested in taking him tonight. This is where he wanted to be, probably with Jordan Davis. But he, begged him.
What?
Maybe they think having his former teammate there, a friend from day one, will help him out. I don't know. And I mean more so off the field than on the field.
Almost hit end, bro. What's Joe saying here?
Hi, Autumn.
We all wrong.
Keon White.
Is this his wedding? Why is his girl in a wedding dress?
Okay, we all wrong. Who were our picks?
Keon White
for the Bears. We all wrong.
Let me go to their thing here quick.
Mine was Darnell Wright. Tyler's was Paris.
Yeah.
Drew's was Paris.
Will McDonald.
And Sarge's was Peter Skoronski. So if we're all wrong.
Where did Sarge go? I just realized he's left.
Jalen, you're arguably the most talented player on the best team in the
I don't know.
The Bears.
Unpredictable. How would you describe this?
It's probably Darnell Wright, actually.
Well, he said we're all wrong though. That was mine. And he said we're all wrong.
No.
Darnell
That was
Wright.
Smitty's, not yours.
Well, actually, Mel Kiper did have that too. He also had Darnell Wright.
It's probably Darnell Wright.
Who's Mel?
My twin.
Teammates there already. What does that mean to you?
You know what, Jalen? You're probably right. They did get the best player in the draft.
But he said it's an O to Anton Harrison. I mean, who?
We get your thoughts here on Jalen Carter. Let's show you just how special the performance from this young man was. But this guy, I'm telling you, it's like a man playing with boys.
One person's right. Okay, so yeah, it's Darnell Wright.
Yeah. Mel Kiper was on that last week, and Mid Kiper adopted it.
Tyler, I hate to tell you this, Zach did have Darnell Wright to Chicago. That's a tough one to swallow.
That is a tough one to swallow.
Who is that?
Tackle out of Tennessee,
tack-
highly linked to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think between him and Deontay Banks this last week or so, those were the two guys being mocked the most to Pittsburgh.
They're down to 2 tackles. You gotta think Levis goes here. Maybe Gonzalez.
Actually, not. Listen, I know that like he's kind of the joke of this quarterback grouping, but this is honestly pretty good value for Tennessee, in my opinion. Like, I don't have a problem with this.
Yeah.
Or it could be Hendon Hooker.
I will
That
laugh.
That'd be great.
Like what?
Ha 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 ha.
How would your laugh sound?
It's gonna go quarterback. 12 is gonna be Gonzalez. 13 is gonna be JSN. 14.
LOL.
LMAO.
If the Steelers like Broderick, maybe we can.
This isn't a bad spot for the Steelers, honestly. You see got Broderick Jones, Christian Gonzalez, Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks, all on the board right now.
Is Banks the guy who they said is undersized,
No, that'd be Emmanuel Forbes.
but he has like a lot of pick sixes?
He's as big
Yep.
as me.
So you're getting drafted.
He is very small. 160 pounds.
My official prediction, based off how the board is right now, mixed with what my mock draft was, would be Will Levis, then Christian Gonzalez,
Darnell Wright.
and then Jackson Smith and Jigba. And then at the Patriots, I'd probably say, I said Deontay Banks, so I'll stick with that.
I want
Which-
them to go receiver.
Can't imagine not having Darnell Wright to the Bears.
And then 15, I said Broderick Jones to the Jets. And then 16 to the Commanders, I said Joey Porter Jr. So literally all of the people we'd be looking for would be gone.
I triple dog dare Tennessee to take Will Levis at 11.
I don't think that Washington would go corner.
What the Commanders? They're interested in Porter and Banks. They look like.
I mean, and imagine if Gonzalez falls there. That's
If he falls to 16, the Steelers should trade up a pick
Wait for who?
for Gonzalez.
There's no way he makes it past 12, in my opinion.
I don't hate the board right now.
I think by the time we get to 17, there's going to be at most one corner of the 4 that we're talking about.
I really
You
don't want
think two?
corner,
You think
though.
2 are going to go within the next 5?
Yeah.
I don't really want a corner though, because there's. I'd rather take Julius Brent in the second.
We haven't even. What if they trade out at 17?
No.
If those tackles are gone, I'd kind of prefer that
If
they
somebody,
did.
yeah, I mean, say Levis is on the board, somebody's coming up. I mean, possible.
I'd rather take it. I'd rather trade out than take Skoronski. So
Well,
I hope Omar's on the phone trying to go up for Broderick.
Darnell Wright makes a lot of sense. Darnell Wright for having a mobile quarterback. They're going to have a lot of run schemes with. So really good in run.
I'm excited for the Bears. I think the Bears are going to be kind of exciting.
Especially because that division stinks. It's going to be them and the Lions.
Dude, I want the Lions to win the division so bad. Aaron Rodgers' last pass with the Packers was an interception.
Good. Jail.
Him and Brady, how does it affect their legacies?
Wasn't Brady's a pick 6?
Yeah.
Brady's was a
Brady
pick 6. So he just had to one up Rodgers.
Technically, Tom Brady has more interceptions thrown in the NFL than I do. So who's a better quarterback?
You losses.
By far.
Yeah, and more losses.
Ha ha ha.
Nolan Smith actually seems like a Packer.
I like it.
That made me chuckle. They were showing a movie trailer. It was earlier, and spray painted on someone's garage was a swastika, and it said "No Jews."
Wait, what?
It was a
Where did
movie.
that come from?
I was just thinking about it, but there was a movie trailer earlier too. It was crazy. You didn't see it,
Sarge? Why are you bringing up stuff against terms of service?
I was saying what was on a commercial.
TOS.
I'm going to get a water. BRB.
Yo, give me one.
I was just say same thing.
If this isn't Levis or a quarterback, what position do you think they'd be looking back?
Corner.
If it isn't what?
This isn't a this isn't a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Receiver.
I think honestly, it's so hard for me to believe that, Vrabel isn't going to want to get involved in the trenches, whether that's O-line or D-line.
What if they get Van Ness?
He probably figured, why do we need a quarterback when we just hand the ball off anyway?
There's 15 comments in here, 16 comments in here right now. What's going on?
Levis going here? Could be.
I want it to be Hooker.
Brady never won an Acrisure. That's true.
Kincaid to Green Bay. That'd be good. They need a tight end, but that's also not so. Kincaid is somebody, if you're drafting a tight end, that you don't need any help in line by a tight end. You're drafting another receiver if you draft Dalton Kincaid. And don't get me wrong, I love Dalton Kincaid, and he's a Utah Ute, so I really like him as a player if I'm saying that. But you're not getting anything in the run game. You're not getting anything blocking-wise from him.
Who needs it?
Might be able to teach him.
You can teach him. The problem is I don't think he's big enough.
I say it sounds like they're saying
I don't think Kincaid's big enough to be a great blocker as it is. He's built like a receiver.
Why would they take Hooker?
That's
He's
kind of the
from
way
Tennessee.
That's kind of the way Utah, University of Utah treats tight ends anyway. They're all receivers and not true tight ends because their other tight end, Keithy, before he got hurt and Dalton Kincaid had this amazing year, Brant Keithy is 6'2", and he's a tight end.
What's his name? Keithy?
He's like Keithy. His last name is Kuithe. But he's like 6'2", 215, and he's a tight end.
I'm watching Kuiper on TV. He just goes.
So they could use help in a lot of different places on that offensive side. And I do see the commissioner making his way here. So Tennessee will announce their selection of number one.
I guess they're not trading Henry.
Still have time.
But why would you draft O-line and then trade your best player?
Titans suck. They have so many needs. If they want to tackle, they'll have to move up.
That makes sense. 2-run shot by Jack Sawinski, says Roach.
Yeah, I think if they want Broderick Jones, they have to get ahead of the Jets. They got to trade. They got to trade with the Patriots probably.
Yeah, I mean they could trade with any of these teams here. Levis.
I thought it was safe to go on Twitter, being that this pick was just made, but Detroit's pick already in. Massive surprise. I'd say the biggest we've seen so far tonight. And a bet just hit, by the way, with this pick.
You said it's a surprise?
It is. Yep.
Is it Levis?
Oh.
Does it involve losing Jamal Williams?
It is running back Jahmyr Gibbs out of the University of Alabama,
Oh,
12th overall to the Detroit Lions.
Holy
That
shit.
is nuts.
Didn't they just get
Dude,
They paid
positional value
Montgomery.
is thrown out of the window.
They have DeAndre Swift. They paid David Montgomery. Now they add Jahmyr Gibbs to the backfield. Dan Campbell wants to run it 60 times a game. I don't know. They got Amon-Ra St. Brown. Like, I mean,
All right.
what
should
an idiot.
Jared
dude.
Goff
Why
played
would
well.
you do that?
I mean, Sarge, we're getting closer and closer to Christian Gonzalez being a Steeler.
I knew it first.
I am
If he's-
officially out
if
on the
he-
Detroit Lions.
If he's there at 16, I'm still not trading up. But
Also, you mean to tell me the Pittsburgh couldn't have traded up to 12? Detroit moved back to 17, still gotten Jahmyr Gibbs.
Yeah, come on now. They're fired up over this.
Why?
I mean,
Unless
he's
they're
a
gonna-
good player, but
because
damn.
DeAndre Swift stinks. That's why.
Are they going to
He
trade
can't score
Swift, do you think?
touchdowns.
Then maybe they'll trade Swift and get some picks.
No,
back.
they just need another guy that can get into the red zone and score touchdowns. That's what Jamal Williams was last year because Swift
Yeah,
couldn't
but
score.
they paid David Montgomery.
So
$6 million
that's
a year.
what I'm saying. Like
That's
maybe
Montgomery.
He stinks.
maybe they
too.
Swift's
maybe
gone.
they trade Swift and then get some picks.
Swift's always hurt.
They just stink.
So right now, looking at it, we're going to be at pick 13. So 13, 14, 15, 16. That's 4 more picks if you guys are counting at home. Up
Oh, you
until
can
the
count.
Steelers. We got JPJ, Christian Gonzalez, Broderick
Bud,
Jones still on the board.
Bud,
One of those guys probably getting to Pittsburgh, I think. And I can't wait for them to pass on him for like Tyreek Stevenson.
You son of a bitch.
Scooby-Doo-Bop, Scooby-Doo-Bop.
You know,
Oh,
those
that's
fans
why.
have no idea what's going on because they're excited.
That is a sweet background.
No tight end yet either. Green Bay could go tight end. Tyler pointed it out. What if they took Will Levis?
That's
Green Bay.
That
If they
would
took
be
Will Levis, I would want to go on
hilarious.
Jake's stream and see the
What if
reaction.
the Pats take Will Levis? There was talk that Mac Jones was being shopped.
True. And he's from Connecticut.
Mac Jones traded to Houston, and then Will Levis taken by the Pats.
Did you guys see Cam Hayward's tweet?
No.
Tweeted a picture of Will Levis eating a banana with with a peel on it and said, "This type of stuff will make you fall in the draft."
What a dickhead. Why would I'm still trying to figure out why Detroit would do this.
Because they're run by a bunch of cucks.
I was all in on the Lions this year. Then they do something like this.
Like, get it. Like, anything else.
They're
Literally
immediately
anything
at the
else.
bottom of the division now.
I am LOLing at this.
They needed every other position except running back.
I would have never thought, out of all the shocking picks that could have been made, I would have never thought there would have been 2 running backs.
I heard a lot of buzz that he would get drafted in the first round, but not this high. I definitely thought he'd go in the 20s, though.
Tyler, did you throw Gibbs in the first round?
I didn't. Nope.
Let's go.
Why did you?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, what are you sipping on?
They are so fired up for Gibbs. Wow.
Jim Beam, vanilla, and Coke.
My 2 options for the Packers, JSN or Michael Mayer.
I said
One of
don't.
the 2.
I said
I'm seeing a path right now for Christian Gonzalez to get to 17.
I think this is where I said the tight end, right, Smitty?
Yeah, probably. Let me look.
Yeah, I think
I think
For Green Bay, you have Dalton Kincaid.
this would be so funny if they drafted a receiver.
Also,
Please
Drew
do
has
it.
Dalton Kincaid.
Yep. Let's say the
Tyler
Steelers
had
trade
a
up.
trade back, but Keon White is the player, and I had Jackson Smith and Jigba.
I didn't know how to trade back.
Did
Well,
you use
I
That was
just-
PFF?
mine.
I just kind of did that.
Did you use PFF? It didn't let you trade back unless you paid for their thing. It was stupid.
Do you guys mind if I get a little snack?
Why would we mind?
Oh, y'all mind if I have a good day?
Green Bay's pick is in.
Yeah, I think my options are JSN or Michael Mayer.
I like Kincaid here. Let's say the Steelers traded up to 14 here, hypothetically, and Broderick and Gonzalez are both on the board.
I got Gonzalez is the higher player for me. So
Yeah, I think I think that I'd prefer Gonzalez, but I could see a world where they drafted Broderick.
Sure, yeah, because I mean they think they can get a corner later on. Yeah.
And I think a lot of people would be angry. People are going to be angry either way. What are we talking about here?
I think a lot of this is dependent on what the Jets do.
Well, we got to get ahead of them for these guys, to be honest.
I think you have to get ahead of them for if you want Broderick.
Yeah.
I don't think any of the corners matter.
I don't think
why do I think if the Patriots go corner, it'd be JPJ over Gonzalez?
I think the same thing about the Commanders. Yeah, I think the same thing about the Commanders. What did the Packers packer?
What about Van Ness?
Yeah.
He was such a
Jake.
packer. I don't know why we.
Oh, Jake, we knew it was coming, buddy.
He didn't want him, did he?
No.
Yeah, that's such a Packer move.
I hope New England could use a receiver though. This is like some Zay Flowers smoke, but JSN's still on the board.
There was buzz about JSN to the Jets too.
Jake just called Van Ness a ball of clay.
Oh, did you go into a stream?
Yeah, because I just want to see the reaction.
Sarge, Green Bay's pick is in.
Who they pick?
Lucas Van Ness.
Why are they
Iowa.
obsessed with going defense?
Yeah, I mean, they do this they go trenches for a guy that doesn't necessarily have to play right now. Preston Smith on an expiring deal.
And old habits die hard with the Green Bay Packers. Just the refusal to draft any skill position.
Reminder, if you're in here, also, we can only see YouTube comments. If you guys are just watching on Twitter, somewhere else, they won't show up. But as soon as, I'm just talking like myself while doing this. Record your video reaction to whoever the Steelers select. Send it to @aroundthe412. Positively or negatively, the best reaction. They're going to win a jersey of that first-round pick purchased by whoever between Tyler and I has the worst of the mock drafts.
Packers select Lucas Van Ness.
Think it's possible the Jets take JSN?
Why did they say Vanessa?
There was talk on Twitter I saw of the Jets wanting to take JSN.
If you can have at least one Ohio State wide receiver, why not take another one? And then take Marvin Harrison Jr. next year. You can get the whole squad back together.
And Rodgers would love every second of that.
He's just like, finally.
I need 2 really stupid picks in the next 3. I'd love a world where Broderick or Gonzalez is there at 17.
We're getting closer.
I want a decision made for him.
I don't want both of them. I want at least one. But if we're going to need 2 dumb picks because one of them could be one of those guys picked.
Dang it. I had right position, wrong player. Should have just picked the more obvious one. Instead, I had probably the second round pick. Keon White was invited to the combine. That's why I had him to the Packers. I'm like, he's got to be there for a reason.
Maybe the Pats take him.
Or not the combine, the freaking draft. I'm an idiot.
They took
It
Cole
wasn't
Strange last year.
That's true. And the Rams were watching it and we're like, we thought we could get him in the 4th round.
I was telling Zach.
Steelers on the clock.
Huh?
Steelers just moved up.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did. Rap tweeted it. Rap just tweeted it.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Come on, Rap. Come on, Rap.
Gonzalez or Broderick.
Who is it?
I swear, if he is right and we trade up for the stupid tackle from Georgia, I'm going to be so pissed that Smitty was
good
correct.
with either of them. I'm good with either.
No,
of them.
I'm good with it. But the
They
fact
moved.
that Smitty was
They
would
gave
be
up
right.
120 this year to do it.
120?
Hell yeah.
They gave up 120 this year to do it. Yeah.
Give it to me.
The fact that Smitty might be right with his selection for the Steelers trading up, not necessarily the spot, but just the fact that we traded up for Broderick Jones, I'll be ticked. I'll be so mad.
Just say pissed, dude. It's not that much worse.
I'll be pissed.
All right, I'm on alert now, baby.
I'm going to be really TO'd.
Don't
I'm
hurt
good
me,
with
man.
Either of them. I'm good with either of them.
Hurt me, man.
Don't hurt me, though. What if it's neither, though?
If it's
JSN.
neither, I'm
JSN.
gonna flip a lid. I'm gonna flip a lid.
Wait, you guys are going to know before me.
I'm not looking anywhere near Twitter or nothing.
Yeah, but my shit's behind.
Dude, oh man.
Come on.
Come on, Steelers.
Man.
Make the easy decision.
Art
Come
Rooney
on.
II looks thrilled.
One of the two. Come on.
Who looks thrilled?
What's the
I'm
easy
almost
decision, Sarge?
Gonzalez.
I'm good with Gonzalez or Broderick. I don't.
From what Smitty said,
They're showing Broderick right now.
They got Broderick on the.
Are they grabbing a Steelers hat? He's grabbing a hat right now. Looks like they're looking for one.
He looks happy. Picket fence, baby.
look at Omar.
I did it.
Look at
So
them
I guess-
Yinzers.
So I guess they don't value Dan Moore.
Well, I could have told you that.
Andy Weidel has won.
But Smitty said that Tomlin was still high on him, right?
How is it 120 only? We'll move back, moving back 32, recoup that, maybe something else.
120.
Is this
You know,
good?
Smitty, in your show,
I don't know players. I need to know if this is good.
Smitty, in your show with Derek, the Q&A that you did, you guys talked about had the Steelers and the Patriots ever made a trade before. Well,
Yeah,
here we
and
are.
in the mock I did, I traded with the Patriots. I traded to this exact spot for this player.
In like the one for tonight.
Yeah.
Man, I'm screwed.
Are we happy about this? Because I don't know.
I am. I don't listen. Here's my thing: is I think that Steelers fans might not be happy right away. I think he might struggle early on. There's a lot of projection and development still there.
This is what I was talking about, Sarge, earlier when I said that Jones would take like a year or two to actually be like a full-on NFL starter. I mean, he's probably he might start from day one, but I mean, like, actually be competent.
I just wanted Gonzalez, dude.
Oh,
I wanted a corner.
32.
Yeah.
Take him at 32.
Oh, sweet. Aaron Judge is hurt.
Picket fence. Picket fence.
Yay, I think.
Picket freaking fence.
Broderick Jones. And with that, I'm probably officially buying someone a Broderick Jones jersey because there's no way I'm getting more points than Smitty now.
I actually just love the fact that it's going to be a Broderick Jones jersey. Like, how many people are going to have an offensive tackles jersey?
Man, that dude has braces.
Well, so I look at they must really like him though, because didn't you say, Smitty, like they haven't really drafted linemen in the first round for a while?
Oh yeah,
So
they've been
for
avoiding
them
The
to-
last
them to
lineman they drafted in the first round was
De Castro.
De Castro. Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying. Like, they must really like this guy. If they're trading up to get him and everything, like, look at you, future Super Bowl winner.
Oh,
They really like that guy, but also,
oh.
like we've been saying, you had to get ahead of the Jets if you wanted that guy.
You knew it was
Most
bottom when
likely.
they traded this spot because they would have moved in front of. They would have tried to move in front of Washington just to get Gonzalez. He's gonna fly right there. And I mocked Gonzalez to the Commanders.
I think I'm happy. I don't know.
Oh wait, no, the one that I did for today, Tyler, I had him moving to 10 for Broderick. Never mind. It was a
Idiot.
different one. Yeah.
I think that I'm still in the camp that
Dude, the
I
Jets have
prefer
to
to
be
trade
so
back
bad.
from 32 now.
Maybe that I don't remember his name now. The guy from the corner from Maryland. Maybe he'll drop to 32. That'd be sweet.
Is he gonna go up on the stage? I just see him sitting on the couch.
Maybe he's too.
Oh, he's in Lithonia, Georgia. He's not even there.
I love it though.
What the heck?
We
what-
gave up.
No,
We
why
gave up
would-
nothing. Gave up nothing.
What'd you say? What were you about to
Yeah,
say, Sarge?
to-
We drafted a guy
yeah,
that's
to
not there.
draft some. Yeah, what the hell?
We gave up nothing. We could trade
Come
back
on.
to 32 and recoup that no problem.
You could probably recoup better than that.
I'm surprised
Yeah,
it's all it
exactly.
took. Yeah, I don't know.
No,
I have
I'm
a
mad
hard
about
time
that.
believing.
Now
I
I-
to see him on stage.
Now I firmly believe the JSN is going to be a Jet.
But also, whoever is getting Gonzalez at this, I mean, crazy value.
Here comes JSN.
You think Levis?
I feel
will
like-
go
I
to
feel
the
like it's
Vikings
gotta be.
now?
They took Sauce last year, so I.
What'd you say about Levis? Oh, Levis hasn't gone yet, right?
Yeah,
No, Levis hasn't gone.
Maybe he'll go to the Vikings.
He
Commanders.
might go to the Vikings in
Unless
at
they're
what,
real on
23?
Tampa.
Dude, the Vikings.
Tampa at 19.
I feel very thankful last year that the Steelers drafted Kenny over Malik because it seems like Tennessee already wants to like move on from him. And I mean, they signed Josh Jobs off the street to start instead of him.
Well, I'm happy that Tennessee does not have, or we're not fans of Tennessee because Tennessee is the worst landing spot for any quarterback. Period.
How
Bro.
weird does it feel taking an offensive lineman in the first round? Like it's just
We
a far
we
cry
need
from
it,
what we've done.
We need it.
No, I know it's not. It's just not a sexy
It's
pick.
so-
Like,
Yeah, it's sexy right now.
Yeah,
though.
it's very anticlimactic.
I mean, I'm turned on, but
Kenny has
normally,
Kenny had 2 concussions last year. This is sexy as hell to me.
So is this for sure replacing Dan Moore, or is this replacing? Like, is there any way it's Chooks?
Dan could start a little bit at the beginning, depending on his development, right?
I don't think
yeah.
you trade up for. I don't think you trade up for a lineman to not start him right away.
Yeah, but Mike always has the narrative that he has to work his way into the starting lineup, so he's going to put Dan Moore there
Holy
first.
cow!
What is it? Brighton there?
Yeah,
Oh wow, that is bright. Mel's best available. Will Levis, Christian. He has Will Levis ahead of Christian Gonzalez. What an idiot!
He
what are
loved,
we? How are we feeling about the
Mel loves
pick
Levis.
comments?
Yeah, he's an idiot.
I changed my name.
Hey, Broderick, you healthy?
I can't
You ready
wait
to
for the
put
draft
your
video.
Yeah,
Can't wait for the call.
I like
video.
it. Need to protect Pickett. I agree.
Last year's was awesome. Watch out! Watch out!
I'm just happy it's one of the guys that I actually wanted.
I just
were-
didn't want to stumble into Skaronski at tackle.
No, there were
That's my
there were
worry.
7 guys that I wanted. Their names were Paris Johnson Jr., Darnell Wright, Broderick Jones, Christian Gonzalez, Devin Witherspoon, Joey Porter Jr., or Deontay Banks. Anyone else, I
Yeah.
didn't want at 17 or trading up like we did.
The Jets
You
are
think-
taking a while. Someone's coming after Levis, I bet. Trying to leap
How-
the Commanders.
Probably the only person that you could have
Commanders
talked
aren't
me
going
into
quarterback.
if they would have stayed at
Minnesota?
17 outside of those 7 that I said was Brian Branch, and that's about it.
Minnesota?
How about in Jake and Nate's live
Minnesota can
stream?
make sense.
Nate
I had
made Me's
Minnesota
background.
I had Minnesota trading up to 8 to take Richardson. Now I know Levis isn't Richardson, but trading up to 15 is a lot different.
I just love this dude. We gave up nothing.
Let Omar cook.
Let Andy Weidel cook.
Dude, Steelers Facebook comments tomorrow are going to be so funny, though.
I haven't even tweeted about the pick. What the hell is wrong with me?
Sarge, you were doomed from the beginning
Like a
thinking that
freak.
Christian Gonzalez was going to be the pick because Andy Weidel made the draft board. Dude loves trenches.
Oh. Well, I actually like our line now.
He was from Philly. He came from Philly, like the Eagles.
So what? So
All right, I'm pitching this.
So Jones, that Philly fella, I don't know how to say it, Malago or something like that.
Huh?
Who's the guy we signed from Philly?
I can't.
Isaac?
Sam, there we go.
Malago.
I made a promise.
So Jones,
You're
that
throwing a
guy,
G in
Jason
there.
Cole, James.
Yeah, I mean that could be the case.
They're on
That's
the
a good
phone. With
line, I think, though.
I think that's the case. I don't think that Broderick Jones is not going to go to left tackle at first.
You don't
I
think?
feel like no, that's a very slim chance. Like,
So
I
it's
mean,
him over Chooks then?
probably.
But what about Nate Herbig?
You're probably the only person that's ever said that sentence.
He's happy to be here, okay?
I'm sure he is.
It looks like they're celebrating. Somebody's fired up in there. Who did they possibly get that he's this fired up?
JSN?
They
That's what I'd
don't need
pick.
a receiver, though. That's
But
what's
there's
so
just
confusing
no-
about them.
The
Sure they
AFC
do.
is just so packed, dude. Just get every weapon you can.
Sure they do. They need a receiver.
Don't they need a tight end?
They need a slot
I
receiver. They
think
lost
they-
Braxton Berrios.
I mean, I guess Corey Davis isn't what he used to be, but
Corey Davis never should have been picked number 5 overall. Just saying.
hey, he helped me win a championship.
In what year?
The 1 year he was good in Tennessee.
In what?
It was a couple
The-
years ago, but it was right before he got paid.
The 2018th year of our Lord.
I really like that Broderick Jones' Twitter bio says that he's 6'6" tall. Just letting everybody know right off the bat.
Hell yeah.
He's still that's like what high schoolers do to get recruited. They put all their information in their
Yeah,
bio.
it says
He's-
6'6" athlete.
He's still doing that. He's still trying to get recruited.
Yeah, here's his huddle.
The Jets pick is in.
I cannot wait to hear the Facebook comments tomorrow.
There's so many tweets where people are like, it's got to be Christian Gonzalez here for the trade up, right? Yikes.
Big Cat tweeted Bijan Robinson. Bijan rhymes with
I saw
Bijan,
who I
Forrest
think it
Gump
is.
Mustard.
I'm trying not to look now.
What a tweet.
I kind of cheated.
I'm going to like that tweet, Big Cat.
I'm sure he's really going to be thrilled that you like that tweet.
It was funny.
I mean, we got a tackle that has braces. That's how young he is.
How old
What
is
is he?
21.
It's nice to
21.
know he takes care of his teeth.
21.
Kyle Pickles? Attaboy.
Broderick Jones didn't allow a single sack last year. All right, I'm in.
Shout out to Kyle Pickles. Stickles. Sorry. Excuse me.
Well, it sounds like you said
What?
Pickles. I'm making fun of Raj.
Who they get?
They're
Getting
up
the
yet.
crowd fired up.
Haven't announced it yet. You know what's great? What if the Steelers just decided to trade up and get Gonzalez to 32?
Brother.
I'll
Yes.
just say-
This is one of my guys right here.
EIEIO. You know what I'm saying?
Will
Is it Will
McDonald
McDonald?
had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. And
I'm
on
really
that farm,
confused.
he pissed off Rogers.
Stickles got a pretty fly haircut.
Buddy's lit.
Who'd they get?
This kid definitely makes some badass TikToks, dude.
He
Oh,
went
hell
like-
yeah. He probably does this a lot.
Yeah, he's lit. All right, settle down now.
God.
Mid Kuiper was right about that. He said he'd be in the teens.
Man,
Gonzalez.
Now we're just waiting for Keon White.
I really would. I really wish that he would have dropped an F-bomb there.
Are people like
But it's
watch?
still
Oh, the replay of the Pirates game from this afternoon is probably on, huh? That's why that's been going on.
What? That they
I didn't think
scored
about
again?
that. Yeah.
Now I'm thinking, where does JSN go?
What if Gonzalez continues to slide out of here and we can slide back up from 32 and get them both?
Dude.
Don't give me hope.
All I'm saying
give me
is, all I'm saying is, I don't know how you guys didn't hear that bang in the mic right now with my desk.
Is this Will McDonald guy?
Well,
not
you
good?
trade what, 32 and 80?
No.
I'd whip it out.
Absolutely. I don't know what you would do, honestly.
I'd
Hey,
whip
is
it
this
out.
Well, I'm just thinking with the picks you have, that's probably what it would take to trade back into the first.
Yeah, I
Is
don't
it-
think you could put it off till next year to get that far.
is this McDonald guy good?
He
Yeah.
was my edge 3. I like him a
Yeah,
lot.
he's good.
Oh, picks in already for Washington. Is it Gonzo or Porter? It's got to be one of them.
Yeah.
JPJ. I got to get one pick right. Come on.
It'd be an awful shame if Joey Porter Jr. slid to 32.
What?
What?
There's no way this is real.
Put in the chat.
It is.
The private chat?
I see it now, Smitty.
It's a corner.
It is. And it is not the one once we were
I
talking
mean, Drew,
about.
Drew, get ready.
Jordan Addison at 32.
No.
Pitt fan dream, but pass.
Yo, who is this?
Whoa.
Where did you message it to me?
No, do you want me to just put it up here?
Just
put
put
it
it
in
in the private chat.
Put it in the chat here.
Oops, that's not what I wanted. Left.
Man, that defense is going to be even better for the Jets.
No, it's not. Really?
Yep.
This guy's a good pick because he has a lot of them. But
Wow.
Sarge, that's your hint.
Oh,
I don't understand that. I mean,
I
he's
see
not
it
going
in
to see
the
the
chat
name,
now.
but
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. I don't think we need a safety, right?
Safety?
What?
Someone said Brian Branch at 32.
I'd take Brian Branch at 32.
That was my.
If they stayed there,
Wow.
and if he's there.
oh, dude, I would kiss a lot of people to get Brian Branch at 32.
What did I have? I had Brian Branch to.
But isn't he, but he's a
Jacksonville? I have
safety. We
Jacksonville.
have 3.
He plays slot corner.
Oh.
He's listed as a safety, but he'll probably play slot corner.
Him and Minka, Alabama boys.
Mm-hmm.
Jihuan Bay just stole home.
I gotta take a leak. I
His
feel like
his
Emmanuel
speed
Ford's
in the
throwing it.
show is only like 88. Is Smitty flexing for us?
Probably. New England. I don't want to say the corner the corner slide because this is going to be a corner, but like the top corner slide probably stops with New England. I feel like they have to take one of them.
Is it realistic the Steelers trade in to get Gonzalez, you think?
He's doing that. He's doing that Malik Willis slide.
Do I think it's realistic?
Yeah.
No.
Damn.
I think you saw them trade up once. I think you're not going to see it again. Especially because they have limited draft capital now. Like they have 32, 49, and 80, and they don't pick again until like 241.
Mm.
So no, I don't think it's realistic. Because you'd probably, in order to do it, you'd have to include picks for next year. Because there's no way that you're going to give up more picks this year when you only have 5 left. Yeah. And 3 of those are in the top 3 rounds, and then you just gave up your 4th round pick, and then the last 2 are in the 7th round. No, I mean it all depends on what the board's going to look like. Like I said in the beginning, the great thing about being at 32 this year is we have the full night to see what the board's going to be like. So depending on what that looks like, I'm still leaning towards I'd trade back just to try to recoup another 2nd and a 4th or another 3rd and a 4th, like trying to get more draft capital in between probably picks 40 to 90 is like the sweet spot.
But is this the draft to do that in though? Like I feel like they addressed a lot of their needs in free agency, and I feel like
this is the draft to do that in.
It is?
Yeah, because you're gonna get more value in the top 3 to 4 rounds than you are just sticking with what picks you have. I'd rather get a more bulk of players in between picks 40 to 100 than having only 3 players between 32 to 100. But like I said, all that depends on what the board looks like whenever the draft stops tonight.
What is going on with Gonzalez, though? There has to be something we don't know. Because this is starting not to make sense. The Forbes pick it's got to have you thinking. I know the dude's a ball hawk, but damn.
New England's in already.
People love turnovers.
Nolan Smith hasn't gone either, huh?
Mm-mm. That could be here. That could be Tampa.
They could still be JSN too.
I feel like 18 could be Skoronski for Detroit. You didn't even have to take him in high. Oh wait, he is gone. He is gone. Yeah, forgot.
Fool. Yeah, let's speed up some of these picks.
Emmanuel Forbes, I think he had 6 turnovers last year.
He did. But every one besides, 4 of the 6 were tipped passes by other players that just fell in his hands.
Can't teach that.
They're taking Gonzalez. They rushed. We could have sat at 17 and got Gonzalez, though. That's crazy.
Yeah.
There it is.
They ran that card up.
Yeah, because that makes so much sense. Tampa Bay's sitting there with Levis falling to him.
Thank you, Smith.
I love how he makes that bell go after the pick's already gone.
Just every once in a while, I remember that I have it on here.
Scooby-Doo-bow, Scooby-Doo-bow.
I mean, I can't like be
up
upset.
though for Broderick. The Pats would have just taken Gonzo then. So why are we saying he would have been there at 17?
Man, all these highlights
He
are
would've been at
against
14.
Colorado. That doesn't even count.
Right.
I assume Mike took the jacket off now that the pick's in. So
If Ringo is available at 32, he's a Steeler 100%.
unfortunately, that's probably true.
Yeah, I agree. There's a pretty high chance that that's the case.
Well, there goes my mock draft.
Mock draft.
Actually, I was cooked like pick 4.
When Stroud went 2, I was screwed.
At this point, if you're hoping for a corner at 32, I'm hoping it's Cam Smith, but I think he'll be in the first round.
Cam Smith, BYU. Look at this nice little message on my water bottle.
You got this.
Now I need this sucks because now I got to root against Christian Gonzalez.
Just for
I mean, it could be worse. He could be like a Raven.
Yeah, I don't really hate the Patriots anymore.
Joe, didn't you say you were taking off for your flight like 10 times already?
What?
I swear Joe's been texting us that he's leaving for his flight, and I just keep
What just happened?
Jenny just essentially threw a grenade at me. She threw me a flaming hot pizza roll. Inconsiderate. Ow.
Time to get back to some of these guesses.
I think that legitimately burned me.
Detroit.
I like tight end for them here yet. I mocked Meyer to him. Kincaid's still there. Got rid of Hawkinson. They don't have a lot of holes on that team.
Yeah, and they drafted the only position that they didn't have a hole in. One of them. I still just don't understand that pick. Doesn't make sense.
Who did they pick again? I forgot. First pick.
Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's funny.
It's 200 IQ.
I don't even know how I forgot that. They're definitely going to trade Swift.
You'll never have a hole if you keep drafting the position.
I guess.
200 IQ. Lions. Could they take Deontay Banks?
They should.
Yes, with IBM Consulting, AI-powered software can help automate your supply chain, so beer can be
Picks in.
produced and delivered more efficiently. So happy hours keep going. And the beer keeps flowing. That's the automation solution IBM and the global beer company created. What will you create? IBM. Let's create. It doesn't get any better than this. Yeah.
Broderick Jones's interview said Najee Harris is a dog. Kenny Pickett, dog. I like him already.
That's a lot of people who know things like teamwork, people skills, and surprising moments. Our experiences you'll always have.
The 2023 NFL Draft, presented by Courtyard by Marriott.
Do you see who it is, Smitty?
Is brought to you by
No, I haven't.
Toyota.
It's someone that we've talked about quite a bit.
Oh my!
Ticket.
They took a Campbell.
and YouTube TV.
Dan's cousin.
There's the linebacker. There's the
Jack?
linebacker in round 1. Wow.
Well, there goes my
Detroit.
hopes. For,
I hate this draft for Detroit.
there goes my hope for pick 49.
I mean, he's a good player, but are you kidding me? They come out of here with Jahmyr Gibbs, a running back, and an off-ball linebacker.
They could have had Jalen Carter and Jack Campbell.
We're not Jack Campbell.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have had Deontay Banks. They could have had
Joey Porter Jr.
They could have had
anybody.
I can't believe it. I can't believe you've done this. One team was going to though. Someone was.
I honestly thought it would be Drew Sanders. Somebody took in round 1.
Man. Will Levis. Minnesota's probably the only team that has any hope of taking him, right? Like if he wants to be drafted in the first round still.
Tampa Bay next.
Did you see what Broderick Jones said?
Yeah.
Seattle could still take him at 20.
That's true.
Did you guys hear what Broderick Jones said?
That everybody
Not them being dogs.
Yeah. No, she's a dog.
Dude, where were you like 5 minutes ago?
I'm only looking at Twitter now.
No, I said it.
No, Drew said it.
Bud Light.
That's kind of like last year when you said
he just came back from wherever.
It was kind of like last year whenever you said Pickett was on the phone whenever the Steelers were drafting, and all of us ignored you.
Yeah, true.
I'm going back, by the way, to clip what I said on Derek's show last night to vindicate myself to the Twitterverse.
What?
Scott said Detroit taking Izzy for running back depth.
I watched that. And I don't remember anything.
Scott is stopping the one that's every now and then saying about the pirate stuff too. Yeah, Connor Jew just swung out his helmet. I might just give Scott a jersey just for his comments. Because I don't know that we're. Go ahead. What the heck was that?
No, it was unrelated. It's my phone. I can't wait to buy a Brian Reynolds.
Tyler mentioned being interested in Jack Campbell, and he said, "Oh, good. I sent my message 2 minutes ago."
Yeah, I like Jack Campbell, but this is incredibly rich.
I love watching guys at the draft act like they're fired up for a guy they never heard of, and they don't realize how big of a reach it is.
Well, like I said, I would love to have him at 49. And there was a shot he could have been a first-round pick, but inside the top 20? I don't know about that.
All right, let's see if Levis goes here.
Seattle might not be a bad spot for Hendon Hooker.
Levis probably still going to go before Hooker.
Yeah, remember how I said I guarantee Hooker goes in round 1?
Probably not happening.
Remember when you said you thought at 1.5 quarterbacks on the top 20 picks?
That was optimism for the Steelers to still land like a player that they ended up getting anyway. So it's like, whatever. But yeah, I 100% actually thought that was going to happen.
Don't worry. Tampa has Baker Mayfield and Kyle Trask. I'm sure they're not worried about taking a quarterback.
Would you rather have Baker or Will Levis?
We know what Baker is. Levis could still do something.
I mean,
I don't think Baker's all that bad.
He's the definition of mid-Kuiper.
Yeah, I feel like people.
Yeah, some games he's fire and some games he sucks.
Yeah, I mean
like that Rams game last year, his first game with the Rams, fire.
Well, and like justifiably so. People in Pittsburgh hate him because he was the Browns quarterback, but he played pretty well for them.
Oh, I don't hate him because he was the Browns quarterback. I loved him in college. I was one of Baker Mayfield's biggest fans. I just think
It's
he
still
was
wild
overall
to me.
mediocre. Like I don't think he was.
It's
I
just
don't
still
think he was
wild to
like
me
the
that-
worst quarterback in the league at any point, but he's just kind of doesn't have a high ceiling.
It's just weird that he like finally got them to have like a winning season. He finally got them to a playoff victory, and then they're like, "Yeah, but we don't like you." Like he did what you're supposed to do as a Cleveland quarterback, and they gave up on him.
Tyler, did you have Emmanuel Forbes in round 1?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had him at
I'm
pick
never doing a
30,
mock draft
31 to
again.
Kansas City.
Features in front door. Download today to view
So I
the
snuck
Did you
him in
have
there.
Will McDonald?
Continue from Kansas City, and we're waiting to
I don't know if I had Will McDonald.
get ready to go
Did you?
on tonight.
Yeah.
This from Kentucky and Hendon Hooker.
I believe.
This year's
Actually, I might not have.
take place. Now,
Because I had to get Keon White in there since he's at the draft. I was like, okay, he's.
Yeah, I didn't have Will McDonald, but the other edges I had were I had Nolan Smith. I had Keon White.
Miles Murphy.
I did have Miles Murphy, and I also at the very end at 30 I had Adebawore.
Oh, okay.
Tampa.
With the 19th pick in the 2023
NFL draft.
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Elijah Campsey
Oh, Pitt.
and Pittsburgh.
Hey, is it the guy I asked about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hail to Pitt, baby.
They love defensive
Mr.
linemen there,
Short
man.
Arms.
I have an underrated guy for Seattle here.
Just in Stroud, Texans.
Ricky, I don't even know if that is in talking about the Buccaneers in Tampa or the Bucks in Pittsburgh. Wow, Bucks.
I've been
It could be
saying
either.
that. I've been saying that every single series so far. The MLB.
I saw
Yeah.
someone say on Twitter. "Let's go Bucks." They put it
I'm
with a
surprised
K.
Campbell came off the board before Drew Sanders. Yeah, Matt. I'm kind of surprised by that, but I'm more so surprised about how high a linebacker
Do they have a
went,
day off, or do they
especially
go
the
straight to
linebacker that was
Tampa?
taken.
They have the Nationals this weekend before it playing the Rays.
Hooker or Levis at 32.
The comparison, Aaron Donald, Brady Jarrett. I'll give you another defensive tackle, Warren Sapp. So don't
Hey, I mean, if the quarterbacks continue to fall,
No, that's good. For
Might
the
have some
Steelers.
trade
If you go
options.
into yeah,
Oh, okay.
I look even more ridiculous right now with these.
Well, because I saw
headphones
they
as
only
opposed
had
to
like
AirPods.
one day off in like 3 weeks.
yeah, I think that best case scenario for the Steelers is the no quarterback is
Are they
taken.
comping this guy to Aaron Donald because they both played defensive tackles at Pitt?
They have the same size.
They're short. Except he doesn't have a pussy name like Aaron.
I have that saved on my phone.
I have one here. Who was that? It was me. Brian Reynolds just hit to home run. Yeah, no, I think if the Steelers would be good if like Nolan Smith didn't get drafted, if none of the quarterbacks didn't get drafted anymore.
just $6.99. Enough for two. Price for one.
Basically anybody that has positional value that they could get trade partners for at 32.
Plus and ESPN Plus for one low price. Literally translates to
Platt told me to text him when Levis goes, and I'm waiting for him to text me to ask if I forgot to tell him.
I thought Platt was coming on here.
He had something to do tonight. He's gonna be on tomorrow.
He just got
Bruh.
home, so he might pop in.
Which, by the
Bruh.
way, we will be here tomorrow night as well. Well, for sure. I don't know how many of us are gonna be here tomorrow night. It's up to you guys, but
I'll be on.
What time does it start?
7 instead of 8.
7.
Yeah, I can.
I'll
hop on
probably-
at least for the Steelers pick.
I'll probably be on at like 6:20 6:25 or 7:25, 7:30 for you guys? Because I get off work at 6.
Oh, so you're going to be
Central.
it's going to be after the Steelers either make that pick or move it.
Wait.
Yeah.
Never mind. I saw Deadpool in a commercial. I thought it was a Deadpool 3 commercial.
I thought he was about to say something about the next pick, and
No.
you don't get down to your phone. Are you watching on your phone?
No. I'm watching the draft on my phone, yeah. That's why I'm so far behind.
Also, I think Dan Moore might be like the ideal swing tackle.
It's interesting.
So it's not a bad thing. But I think there's still value for him there.
Seahawks. Receiver.
But also, like, I mean, I'm just throwing this out there. I feel like it's possible he doesn't win the job right away. And I wonder how fans are going to react if the tackles to start the season are Chooks and Dan Moore Jr.
The Steelers are definitely done for the night, it seems, because Mike Tomlin's talking. He said that the Steelers were never going to give more than a day 3 pick to move up. Worked out.
We're never going to give more than a day 3 pick?
To move up, yeah.
Attaboy.
I like the strategy.
Play hardball.
Oh, my God. I haven't been able to see for 2 hours.
What?
I had to put my glasses on because I couldn't see.
You
That's
haven't had
what-
your glasses on the whole time?
I've had these on, you fool.
Oh.
That's why I didn't put glasses on. I was
You
like,
haven't noticed?
Well, you had glasses on. I didn't realize they weren't your real glasses.
No, I don't have prescription sunglasses, so whenever I put sunglasses on, I'm basically just driving blind.
That's safe.
I know. I just trust my instincts. I know what signs look like. I just
there's
can't
going to
read
be
them.
some really good players at 32 now that we're taking into account these big-ass reaches.
Tyler, I
Ring-
really hope Reynolds homers 3 times in Washington again when you're there.
Hey, is that Ringo fella any worth the 32 pick?
Ringo Starr?
No, what's it? Kylie Ringo or whatever is it from
Keely.
Georgia?
I'd like him at 49 better.
Would I say he's worth a 32 pick? No. But is it likely that he could be the 32 pick if he's there? Yeah. Tomlin likes him.
Him or what? Oh, who's the guy from Maryland? Did he already go?
Deontay Banks? No, he's not a guy on.
The Lions had 5 picks in the top 50, and they're just completely blowing that.
Yep. Oh, Will Levis on the phone.
Seattle.
Boy, he's texting. I don't know.
Seattle's winding the clock. There are 40
Who
seconds.
drafted Ringo Starr?
I
It's
don't know
crazy
if he was-
that dude is still alive.
Bust, by the way.
He's old.
Ringo Starr.
What? Ringo Starr's a
Bust.
bust?
Yeah.
do you think that because Will Levis's agent was probably talking to teams, I assume, and do you think his agent?
Back? Yeah, picks in.
What, Sarge?
I was saying when his agent's talking to
Tomlin
teams.
said they're still open for business when asked if they're done for tonight.
Oh,
Maybe, well, is Omar there?
No idea.
Oh, what a pick.
what is it?
JSN.
I literally just asked, do we think receiver for Seattle?
I just feel bad for Will Levis.
That's a good pick for them.
He's not.
Right away and kind of be because I think he can run some routes on the outside, and Tyler Lockett doesn't have that much left in the tank. I don't think so.
Yeah.
How old is Tyler Lockett?
Old.
31.
I feel like he's been bald since he was
Maybe.
22.
Let's see.
Kobe Bryant was bald in high school.
He just looks like Tyler Lockett. Just
30.
looks like a
He'll be
grizzled
30.
vet.
He'll be 31 a couple weeks into the season.
So yeah, come on. We don't gotta be technical. I mean, Omar is everywhere. That's a good point.
I like the Scott guy because he spells his name with one T.
Yeah, he means business. He doesn't need double T's.
Who else would they go up for?
He doesn't have
Right to the
time.
point. Yeah.
I mean, if they're going to trade up for a corner, Banks is probably the one they would do it for.
He was writing his name for the first time.
Well, actually, I mean,
SCOT.
Banks and Joey Porter Jr. is still on the board too.
Threw the pen away.
You think the Steelers can get away with trading back into the first round by trading next year picks?
What do you mean get away with?
Like, do you
Get away with it?
Put your hands behind your back.
These picks aren't real yet, so we're gonna swindle you.
That's right. Like, do you think that a team would do that? Like, trade back in like this round for next year picks?
Yeah, but you'd also have to give up a pick this year.
That's what I'm saying. Do you have to?
Yeah, I mean, why would you? I think the other team probably doesn't take it.
I feel like the team, like if you're the Steelers trading back into the first round, you'd have to give up 32, and then you could start talking about the next year.
If they go to corner, I wouldn't be opposed.
They could recoup some picks later on if we trade Dotson or something. It doesn't look like he has a spot on this roster anymore.
Yeah, let's do it. I agree.
Wasn't he from Georgia?
No, he was from La Tech.
Yeah.
Not La Tech.
Why do
Louisiana
there so many
State.
people on stage?
The Raging Cajuns, whichever Louisiana school that is.
Yeah.
Smitty, or can you still see all these people on the stage?
They just
say again.
Oh, the kid in the number 3 Titans jersey looks like Steven Zerkovich.
Jackson Smith and Jigba. His brother's on the
I
Pittsburgh
don't even know who
Pirates.
that is, but just because of the name and the way he said it, it made me laugh.
He's a cool guy. Just looks like that guy.
Brother, a very handsome, thick boy on the Pittsburgh Pirates, Kanan Smith and Jigba.
Dude, last year when I would play the show and I was in like the road to the show, the Pirates had Kanan Smith and Jigba, and I thought he was a made-up person. I was like, who's his prospect? Like, why they just make up people now?
I want to see a picture of Kanan standing next to Jackson because
go to their Instagram. I've seen it before.
Did they take a picture of Will Levis mid sneeze?
It looks like that either looks like he's crying because he got
Will
drafted,
Levis.
or he's
He
getting
could
a
be.
beach.
He could be taken
He's
in.
winding up for a sneeze.
He could be taken in 3 picks.
Mid Kuiper, analyze this picture. Hey, what is he doing?
What's up?
Analyze this picture.
What is this?
Will Levis looks like he's winding up for a sneeze, and they took a picture and posted on ESPN.
Yeah, I forgot Joey
When
Porter
you
Jr.
when you
was on
find
the
out it's
board.
Miracle Whip, not mayonnaise.
We're getting into the we're getting into the 20s, and 2 of the 4 top 6 corners are still on the board.
And everybody said this is a big corner draft.
Yeah,
It
and
is.
there's a lot of ones that are. I mean, Forbes going over Porter Jr. and Gonzalez, but Gonzalez at least went now is insane to me. But Banks and Porter both being on the board still is nice.
Who do you think the Steelers? will
Baltimore's going to get one though. Baltimore's getting Porter.
Unless they go receiver.
Come on,
They're still hung up on going receiver.
let's get real for a second.
Porter
No,
makes
D-Hop.
but if the
Could get Nolan
Steelers are
Smith.
open for business night though, and they say they do move back in from 32, who do you think it is?
What'd you say?
If the Steelers, they're obviously still open for business. They said if they try to move
Mhm.
back in from 32, who do you think it is?
Porter.
What about John Michael Schmitz?
John.
Where's he going to go now that we're past? Oh, Giants.
Giants, Bills, maybe.
Who's that fella?
What about the Cowboys?
Interior offensive lineman.
He's center.
Hmm.
And then they go corner at 49.
He's the reincarnation of Kendrick Green.
Dude, I mean, if they can swing something like that and Julius Brents is there at 49. Sarge, you work tomorrow?
Yeah.
Nice.
What time you gotta wake up?
5.
I've been preparing you for this moment since you were a little kid. What's it like to have your dream come
I'm sure that the GMs are going to speed up the draft for you.
They better. There's no reason the draft should take this long. Why
It's
not
'cause
start
of
it?
the trades.
People are indecisive too.
The naming pickup is already in the major leagues. Your brother
I mean, could you imagine being the Steelers if you stayed at 17 and if Broderick just, I mean, obviously the Jets probably would have taken him, but if Broderick Jones and Christian Gonzalez were both there, obviously you're going to be indecisive.
Can you pick both?
It sounds like they were gonna go Broderick either way.
Yeah.
Has
I think so,
has
too.
anybody ever tried to pick 2 players?
Just send
Just
in
submit
2 cards. What are you
to
guys
see
doing?
what they do.
This is our next year's pick too.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded up to the 14th spot with the 14th overall selection.
You have to
They
be up at
select
4:30,
Broderick
Tyler.
Jones and
I mean,
Christian
yeah, I don't
Gonzalez.
blame you if you go to bed. 4:30 is in 6 hours, so I don't blame you if you go to bed.
They called the Patriots. Hey, we want to move up to 14. Oh, so we're getting 17 back? No.
No, we're actually we're just gonna take yours.
No, I don't think you know how this works.
Best 2 out of
This is
3
a
rock,
hold
paper,
up.
scissors for pick 14.
This is a hold up. Give me your pick. Who do the Chargers go here?
Zay Flowers or Michael Mayer?
The tight end's falling's kind of interesting.
They have one, right? They have that Everett fella.
Why is Levis standing up all? Never mind, he ain't happy.
Don't worry, he'll receive a call in like 7 minutes whenever Minnesota's on the clock.
It makes sense.
I mean, that's the only team that's still in the first round that could take him. Otherwise, he's going around 2.
Yeah,
Wait,
what
what happened?
happens? What happens
They'll
if
trade up though because of the 5th-year option. Like that's so important with quarterback.
what happens if you say you're going to the draft as a
how-
player and you don't get drafted to round 1?
You come back tomorrow.
I wouldn't.
You have the option, I think, to come back or not.
I wouldn't.
No.
Also, you know who 5th options aren't important for? Chase Young, Steeler.
Yeah, he's probably coming.
That'd
Tomlin
be
said
sweet.
he never wants to draft high enough to get him, but he can just sign his ass. There was talk that he might get traded during this draft, though.
Oh, Cannon
the
Smith and
Steelers?
Jig was with Jackson. I didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Well, he's in Altoona now. So he was probably just like, oh, fuck it, I'm not playing tonight.
Wow.
Wait,
Not
hey,
the
Tyler
first
called.
starter-
Tyler's
Not the
got
same
that
part-
one.
But I don't on this draft.
Oh, I just assume you stuck to it.
No, I didn't. I had to take a Bijan because I didn't think he'd go
He
in the
wasn't
top
even
10.
invited to the draft, man.
I didn't think
Addison's going to fall to 32, and Flash is going to be texting or tweeting about it all
I'm
day
blocking
tomorrow.
him.
All day tomorrow.
Dude, I did.
There's no reason to draft him.
I picked Quentin Johnston on Tuesday in our live
Mhm.
draft.
Yeah.
I thought that Addison or Flowers would be someone that the Chargers would like,
I
honestly.
thought Flowers was
No,
seamless.
in our mock draft for today, I selected Bijan because I didn't think he'd go top 10.
Here's Joey Porter Jr.
Please tell me it's like Adebawore.
Keely Rango, man. Come on.
Will Levis.
Keon
They could
White.
go Addison.
Yeah.
What does Jacksonville do, you think?
Brian
Defense?
Branch.
Brian, yeah, I think Brian Branch is perfect.
What about guard for
Oh,
them?
you know who else for Baltimore? Nolan Smith. I mean, they can go so many directions. I'm gonna hate. I hope it's
forgot
Addison.
all
Honestly,
about him. It's been so long since.
I almost hope it's Addison, which is crazy to say. but
What if we see Arizona's on the clock? and they trade D-Hop.
It wouldn't be for this pick. There's no way they would get this pick for it, for D-Hop.
Pac-Man said that something was going to happen tonight.
Yeah, he might get traded tonight, but it's not going to be for a first-round pick.
D-Hop for a first?
If they did that,
D-Hop for a first maybe in like 2017.
Hey guys, random question. Is it bad to swallow the wine in your Corona?
I think D-Hop is probably worth, at his highest, if we're just talking a single pick, a third or fourth round pick right now.
You're taking the contract too.
Oh yeah, because he was still really good last year when he came back.
That's the thing. He's good, but he's also aging, and he has a bad contract.
You have a bad contract.
I wish I had a bad contract because I'd be way more rich than I am now.
What's your contract?
$1.
So it's bad for the player, not the.
Yeah.
Up. Flash tweeted Jordan Addison hanging around, huh?
Great.
He said, and then he responded to himself and said, "I didn't say anything. That's just interesting."
He always responds to himself, and it cracks me up.
My favorite. It's my favorite part about his Twitter.
What's this from? Poor visit led to Steelers passing on Christian Gonzalez.
Where'd you see that?
Oh
yeah, I see it. He was off their board.
Oh, Derek. What the
hell does that mean? A poor visit? What happened?
It just didn't go well. Maybe they answered the questions wrong, or they didn't like his answers. I mean,
Tomlin didn't like the reason that he transferred from Colorado to Oregon.
He said, "Do you like fries on your sandwich?" And he said, "No."
Tomlin was heard telling Minkah Fitzpatrick he didn't think Gonzalez had the competitive edge and they wouldn't be seeing him. Jeez.
Whose phone?
Sorry. I gotta freaking pee again.
That's a lot of technical skills. People skills.
Gonzo.
Man, the Ravens really could do anything here. I think they need to get somebody that Tyler Huntley's going to throw to, though.
Did you know that Geico offers motorcycle
Pro Bowler Tyler Huntley.
My lips are burning. Now my lips are actually burning.
Geico. Over 85 years of savings and service. See how much you could save at Geico.
It's too hot. This is too hot, mate.
NFL Plus brings you the draft like never before with exclusive content. It's like expert analysis.
While we're on a commercial, if you're watching on YouTube, drop a like. Help share the stream. You know? We're also going to be here tomorrow night for round 2.
Flash just texted me and said you're gonna flip when we take Addison at 32. Ugh. And then he said, "Welcome aboard, Zay Flowers too." He's like Sarge. They're gonna put both of them on the ticket at 32.
Can we get both?
Flowers and Addison.
I'd like to double dip at slot receiver, please.
I just want to know if anybody's ever tried.
How about Derek tweeted his article about this Gonzalez thing, and somebody responded and said, "Damn, wonder what was poor about it." Like, open the damn article. It tells you. What? Oh, is that the
Oh, wait. I didn't even realize that the Ravens signed Lamar.
Yeah, that was tough news.
I completely missed that.
Ravens are
I knew
pumped.
it was going to happen, but I just was enjoying watching them be pissed at each other.
I said the Tyler Huntley thing, thinking that the contract didn't happen yet. Little did I know it happened 6 hours ago.
You see the
Oh,
Ravens?
it's Zay Flowers.
Yeah.
Zay Flowers.
I
For
mean,
Baltimore?
I'm Zay, so I'm not thrilled with this, but it would have been really tough to see Porter there. There's no way they're trading for D-Hop then, right?
Yeah, I mean, makes no sense, right?
So you got him, Bateman.
Dude, look what
am I looking at?
Pat has a unicyclist on his show. Her name's Red Panda. Christian Gonzalez is going to pick off the Steelers his first game.
So you're going to have Rashad Bateman and Odell on the outside and Zay Flowers in the slot? I mean, it's not awful.
The Steelers should trade back into round 1 to take Levis and then trade him.
Oh, you think you could get him in day 2? Think
Where
again.
you see that?
No, that way he's got the 5th-year option with him.
Oh.
With the 22nd pick in the 2023 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers, wide receiver.
Boo.
Zay Flowers.
Great. Happy for you.
I'd rather it be a receiver I like than a corner I like or an edge I like. That dude's skinny. How much does Flowers weigh?
He's small too. And he didn't run. He didn't run well, right? For his size.
I don't know what he ran, to be honest.
5'9" and a quarter, 182. That's bigger than I thought it would be. I thought he was going to be like Tutu Atwell size.
He ran a 4.42.
I mean, that's still fast. We kind of brought that up on our was that our show or
is
live?
this going to be? This is Levis and Hooker watch, right?
Yeah, I mean, if there's going to be a quarterback taken, it's this pick.
What about the Giants? Oh wait, did they? Never
After
mind.
just paying Danny
I knew
Dimes?
that. I thought they paid him, but it was a shorter contract. They did extend him though, right? It was
a 4-year deal, right?
Okay, never mind. I was thinking for a second there that they only extended him for a year because they tagged him, right? No, they tagged Barkley.
Yeah.
Tagged Barkley. I don't know what how much how many years are basically guaranteed on it though.
Yeah.
Or anything.
Giants could be Osiris Torrance watch.
That's who I thought it could be, or Avila.
If I'm the Steelers, if we get past Jacksonville probably, and Porter's still there, because I think the Giants would look to move out.
Yeah.
And apparently Buffalo's trying to get out of 27. That's what I've been hearing. Why? I don't know.
How heartbroken would Zach be if Addison made it to 31 and Kansas City took him?
How's Kansas City's guys gone? Zay Flowers.
Yeah, that's bad.
They might go like Anton Harrison.
Who else did they work out?
They always do really stupid stuff at the end of the draft, the first round, and no one cares because they win the Super Bowl. It's like we're gonna take Clyde. We're gonna take Clyde Edwards-Helaire in the first round.
Take a running back.
I started Rodolfo Castro today in fantasy baseball.
What about Dalton Kincaid?
For who? Oh yeah,
Kelsey's old.
That's another Kelsey. It's Kelsey and Kelsey.
Yeah.
Like after when he moves in space, like Travis Kelsey. Hey Sarge, that's a nice beanie. What is that?
Sour Roasted Coffee.
What is Sour Roasted Coffee?
It's accompanied by Ben Salata. He makes coffee beans himself. He roasts them.
Wow, that's cool. There's no way he sells them, right?
Oh yeah, you can buy them online for shipping.
Hey,
there's also a local meetup option.
Hey,
Nice.
Smith.
Yeah.
When are we giving away something? A certain something.
Oh. Yeah, true. Actually, okay, let's tweet it out because this is we're gonna give away a pair of Steelers tickets. So this is pretty big. So I feel like we should tweet it out, see if we can get more people in here.
Yeah, I'll quote something of my Twitter. You can tweet it out from our Twitter.
Okay.
Can I win?
Shut up.
I'm afraid that I'm going to go to bed and then the Steelers are going to trade into the first round.
So let's do it. Hey, we about to work. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. A beautiful moment there, talking about his mom, and then of course Lamar Jackson tweeting the happy news.
All right, get in here, everybody. I just tweeted it out. So
Zay Flowers seems like a good kid.
Get in here, and also if you're watching on Twitter, great. I appreciate you doing that, but you can't comment from there, so that's going to be a problem. So you need to switch over to YouTube in order to be able to comment, or Twitch. We're on Twitch right now, even though I don't think anybody watches on there.
Twitch.tv/aroundthe412.
Yeah.
We used to exclusively stream on Twitch.
I know.
I mean, the Vikings are taking a while.
Tickets, the giveaways for Steelers tickets, right? Not the jersey.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm gonna have to redo
jerseys
my...
for video reaction. I hope people actually make recorded video.
Why did Big Cat tweet Zay Flowers? I'm all out of busts. Time to record PMT. Bust. Why does he hate him?
Yeah, Vikings are taking a while.
We need people. We need people in here. Come on, come on.
I just sent a tweet out that'll hopefully help.
I'm seeing the same number.
Nobody sees my tweets, so
I feel like it loads. It's like lags and take a second to show. Could Levis go here? Yeah, I think it's a good possibility that a quarterback could go here, whether it's Levis or Hendon Hooker.
They only got
just met.
1 year.
And the Vikings have limited draft capital, so if they're not going to take a quarterback here, they don't have many picks to do it after this. They only have like 4 or 5 picks.
If they take Levis here, I like his stock here.
Comment 412 when you're in here.
Yeah, I mean, this is good value for
412.
Levis if you're going to take him.
And then they got Justin Jefferson. That's pretty good for your development.
It's all right. A receiver that can catch anything thrown to him. It's okay.
Wow, who's this Jonathan Sargison that just commented 412?
I don't know, but he has a little wrench next to his name.
They're really struggling with this pick.
I feel like there's probably some disconnect. Like someone probably wants to take someone probably wants to take quarterback.
There it is. It's
in.
Okay. I'll say someone probably wants to take quarterback, and someone probably wants to take something else. What that else is, I have no idea.
I just saw the pick.
Is it
Will Levi?
It is not Will Levis.
Is it me?
Okay, well then it's a C-Beard Addison.
Yeah, I'll tell you that we're not going to see those tweets about pick 32 tomorrow about
let's go. Jordan Addison and
Jordan Addison and Justin Jefferson.
I like it.
Makes KJ Osborne wide receiver 3. Not bad. That makes my my Jaron Hall to Minnesota dream alive.
What was I doing? Oh, we have to give away tickets, but like I'm waiting until how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 so far.
Reminder, if you're watching, comment 412 for your chance at Steelers tickets.
People realize
only comment
Steelers tickets, right?
Yeah, Steelers tickets. You can only comment on YouTube and Twitch. So at least that's where we could see your comments.
You never know. You mentioned the departure of Adam Thielen, so perhaps help needed at wide receiver. The Vikings, who had a big regular season and then that very disappointing postseason performance. I do see the commissioner starting to make his way towards the podium here, where he'll make the announcement. A big acquisition in Minnesota this year. The new defensive coordinator, Brian Flores, the one-time head coach in Miami. We'll see if they go that way. Here's the commissioner.
With the 23rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft.
Could have been a Steeler.
Select Jordan Addison, wide receiver, USA.
Was that Squints?
No, it's Gonzalez wearing Columbia stuff.
It's kind of weird, though, that the Vikings didn't go defense if they're not going to go quarterback, because their defense was the problem last year. It was terrible.
Fake media.
I saw someone tweet earlier. It was that Tony X dude. He tweeted the ESPN account lying greater than sign.
Man. R.I.P. the dream for Z Flash, though.
So much for your that person telling you the Steelers were only going defense, Smitty.
I know. Yeah, we've talked about. Hey, I shifted my focus. I shifted my opinion. It tells me that Andy Weidel had a lot more influence than we thought he was going to.
Tomlin looked pretty hyped for the pick.
Yeah. No, he definitely did.
Trade. Jags are back out. Giants moved up one spot.
Porter.
24 for 25, 160, and 240.
They had to give up that much for one spot.
I mean, that's what?
That's just 3 picks.
Yeah, 240 is a 7th. 160 is what? Somewhere in the.
See, a lot of people are watching on Twitter.
Early 5th.
If you're watching on Twitter, you have to comment 412 to get Steelers tickets, but you can only comment on YouTube or Twitch where we can see it.
Yep.
So if you want to hop over to YouTube, search around the 412, live stream should pop up, and then comment 412 in here.
Tom Telesco said they wanted Quentin Johnson.
The Giants
They drafted him.
That's who I mocked to them.
I like
what about a tight end for them?
Yeah.
And then maybe the Cowboys were trying to move up, so that's why they moved up one spot, because they lost Dalton Schultz.
Could be, yeah. Or it's for Porter.
I mean, it's fair too. I'm just thinking about outside the box options.
You get a fast car. Oh, they can do anywhere. You know, M. Soko is right. I mean, I can't even see the amount of likes on the stream, but people are commenting 412, and there's only 6 likes on the stream. There's more people in here right now, so just like it.
I think it has to be tight end, dude, because they obviously were trying to stop someone else, and Dallas is just right there.
Like the video, subscribe. Also, go to wherever, if it's not YouTube, go to Spotify, go to Apple, search around the 412, look for our logo, follow that channel as well. We have 3 different channels on listening platforms. One from when we first had an RSS feed, one from our last RSS feed, and now the one we're on now. So I understand our audience is scattered. It confused Sarge for a little bit why he couldn't see our podcast until he realized it was a different channel.
Yeah, it's pretty mad.
So if you go to the link tree on our Twitter, you can find it there. Go subscribe to us on YouTube and go subscribe to us or follow us, whatever it says it is, on all those platforms as well. Helps us out a lot.
I had a streak of never missing your show until I couldn't find it. Is it Porter?
No.
Nope, it's the other one.
Well, then why did Nolan R say Porter?
Wait,
It was probably yes.
is it a corner
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
for the Giants?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The only other one that's like in the top
Banks?
group. Yeah.
Yep.
Huh. Why did they trade up then? You think it's back?
I have no idea.
The Giants must have convinced them else was trying, or I mean, the Jags must have convinced them that somebody else was trying to come up.
Yeah.
Bro, someone called us Big Truss. What'd they give up?
140 or one.
You said a 7th and a 5th, I thought.
160 and 2 something.
So a
240?
5th and a 7th?
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll just pick a winner.
Come on.
No whammies, no whammies, no whammies.
Stop.
You guys can see that, right?
18
Yeah.
entries.
Come on, around the 412.
Oh, come on. I saw my name.
Bang.
What up, Hernley?
I'm pretty happy
up,
for
bud?
this. Tyler's always in here. He's always supporting us.
Well deserved.
He's been
Yeah.
supporting us for a long time too.
He might have been. Was he following us before even the trust the buck and process stuff?
He might
I
have
think,
been.
'cause
It's
I
been a
remember
long
following-
time. So
I
if
remember
anybody's
following
going to
him
win
for a
it,
while.
obviously we want everybody to win it. But if anybody's going to win it, we feel good about that one.
I wonder if he's still in.
Big supporter of around the 412. I don't know. He said he was going to bed, but he did comment.
Smart to
What
get
a
that
guy.
comment in first.
He commented 9 minutes ago. So I don't know. Tyler, if you still in here, or are you going
And
to
he's
bed?
I believe he lives. Was he a Virginia guy? I know he's not in PA, so hopefully he's going to be
I
able to
think
make
it
a
might be
trip.
Virginia.
Not a specific game though either, so it can be flexible with that too. So, especially since you're coming from a different state.
Ricky said Bills are on the clock.
So Jacksonville traded back again.
Yeah. And they're jumping ahead of the Cowboys
Dallas.
now. So that could be tight end, right?
It could be.
The
They have
Gotta think Cowboys
Knox,
are going
though.
tight end, right? Huh?
The Bills have Dawson Knox, though. I don't know if
I don't know
they
if
would trade up
Dawson
to
Knox
tight
is
end.
stopping me from taking one of these guys, but yeah, I mean he's an okay. Like I get it.
Super
Noah's
aggressive corner, by the way. The Steelers are still
Sweet.
working. Don't turn the TV off just yet.
I saw Noah
don't
say
know
that
what-
a while ago.
I don't know whether to believe him because I don't want to go to bed.
I mean, believe him. He's just reporting what he hears.
I mean, they're obviously trying, Sarge. It's just a matter they're not going to give up a day 2 pick. They already said that. They're probably going to try to flip a 7th.
Sarge, just think about how much you can sleep in after staying up to watch the entire first, second, and third drafts.
What?
Rounds. I mean rounds. First is tonight, second and third is tomorrow.
Hmm.
Also, Deontay Banks, super physical. Love him. even though Gonzalez and Witherspoon were the two higher corners, if you want physicality, JPJ and Deontay Banks is where it's at.
Also, Brian Branch is still out there.
Could this be Brian Branch?
Does he understand that if he
Could be, but they brought in Taylor Rapp as a third safety and play some of those roles. And they brought back Poyer. I mean, I know Branch is probably gonna play slot, but it could be. I mean, I've seen people mock it.
Could the Steelers trade back in for Brian Branch?
Do they have to?
Might not have to.
It takes a fight to be a full-time fan. There'll be early check-ins.
I'm just happy that Banks didn't go to the Bengals. We were getting pretty close.
Good day. It's bad luck,
Eli Apple?
but you'll never quit because you're in this together. It won't always be
Well, if
easy.
Joey Porter Jr. goes there.
You'll never work a day
Why would you say that?
without a food for full-time fans.
If the Bengals get any of Porter Jr., Branch, or Nolan Smith, it's going to be curtains.
So maybe the Steelers trade to
Ken, we appreciate you joining. Enjoy the draft party tomorrow. I know you're gonna be doing that. Should be a lot of fun. I think there's a lot of people going. I feel like there's more people going this year than any other year. I think they actually drummed up a lot more excitement.
Isn't that usually on Saturday? The draft party?
I thought it was always during day 2.
The Steelers draft blitz party?
I don't know. I'm talking about the thing at Stage AE or whatever with Kenny and Cam. Yeah.
Do they have another thing on Saturday I'm thinking of?
I don't know. Maybe.
maybe the Steelers should the Jags should trade back again, and the Steelers should jump at 27 in front of the Bengals and take
Drew
Joey
was
Porter
right.
Jr.
Tight end? Kincaid then, right?
Yep.
I don't know why
Congrats.
the Giants moved up. I really don't think that unless there was another team that isn't around this spot coming up from the second or something.
Congrats on your new wide receiver, Buffalo.
We tried, Ken. I couldn't keep the mid Kuiper going the whole way. I gave up about halfway through, but
I was struggling so much.
Honestly,
I didn't know when you were going to start.
it was a valiant effort, though. You lasted longer than I thought you were going to with it.
I get that a lot.
Incredible.
Classic.
Thanks, Ken.
And anybody that is interested, again, we're going to be back here tomorrow night, probably 6:45, 6:50 p.m. The live stream will start. I will be here. Tyler will be here, but late. Drew will be here. Sarge will be here for at least a portion of it, I believe. And I think Ryan's going to be here. So it'll be good. No Joe Frick this year. Big loss for the stream.
No Platt.
We didn't get Joe subtly hinting at a player potentially losing a family member this year.
Well, no, he wrote something in the chat about Levis.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah.
Do you think that Will Levis is basically accepted he's not being taken?
His best shot is if the Chiefs or the Eagles trade back for someone that tries to get that.
Like he just looks content.
He's just there with 3 girls, though. He just looks like.
I'm assuming one's his mom, one's his sister, and the person on his left is his girlfriend.
Maybe he has 2 girlfriends, though.
Could be.
Who's your guys' favorite pick so far?
Houston trading to 3. They got both their guys.
It depends on if I'm looking at it from a pure NFL standpoint or my fantasy teams. Loving Bijan in Atlanta. He's going to do well.
I mean, as much as I hate it, my favorite pick is probably Gonzalez to the Patriots because it's the best value, probably.
Yeah, it's fair.
Carter at 9 for Philly.
But I just assumed that was happening.
This is right here for me is a good one.
It's a good pick.
Kincaid at 25, yeah. The worst, I mean, both of Detroit's are up there.
Those are terrible.
I don't think Jack Campbell is as bad as the running back.
They have 5 top 50 though. They definitely could have got Campbell later.
I just think he at least immediately helps them. I don't know what are they going to play like an army style offense where it's just 3 running back sets?
Maybe that's the plan.
Michael Mayer here.
Yeah, we've heard that it's going to be multiple tight ends.
I'm just saying, look at these highlights from Kincaid. He's a wide receiver.
You're a wide receiver.
I love him, but he's a wide receiver.
He reminds me so much of Zach Ertz.
Yeah, honestly. Looks like
so
him.
much. Yeah.
I think I'm going to call it. I need to go to bed. I'm sorry.
We'll
I'm surprised you stuck around this long, to be quite honest with you. But
so am I. Well, because this whole time I thought the Steelers were trading back in.
They might as soon as you sign off.
I can take pride in knowing that they showed a highlight package of Dalton Kincaid and none of them were against BYU. That makes you feel good.
All right. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Goodbye, stream.
Later.
See you.
Dallas now looking to move out. Yep, they wanted Kincaid.
They're probably pissed.
Well, I like knowing that I would have been right probably if Dallas didn't get jumped ahead of. Mocked Kincaid to them. So
didn't Buffalo recently pay?
They paid Knox.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did.
I wonder if you can move him.
Now for the Cowboys, I don't know who they're going to pick, but I do know tight end is a need. And the one guy who most resembles Jason Witten, the all-time greats for the Cowboys, tight end, is Michael Mayer.
I honestly I think the Steelers are looking really good right now for 32. Like regardless of what they want to do, if they want to take a player there or move back.
I think they can move back and still get another good player. There's a lot of options out there. Especially if Levis doesn't go in these picks.
Smith, Branch, Porter. I'll throw Brian Brzee in there. Cam Smith. They're obviously not going to double up on tackle. I wouldn't think. Anton Harrison's still available.
Smitty, look at who commented for
what the? What are you like? 15 minutes behind?
She's probably sitting on the couch on the other side of this wall.
I just got an email from the Steelers. Pre-order Broderick Jones jersey right now.
No.
Well, so I think you might have to, but not for yourself.
He's not going to wow you with the numbers. He's not going to wow you with the 40 time. We talk about the arm.
Yeah, probably.
But he reminds me so much of Jason Witten, a guy that can just get over. Jason Witten is going to the Hall of Fame on one route. And it's wow. They're looking for that tight end to get the option. And then the hands, the sure hands. It doesn't matter when he's covered. He's really not covered. Go up, catch the football.
This highlight is BYU. George Udo, what the heck were you doing on that play? Oh gosh. Thank goodness he's gone off BYU.
Unrelated to the NFL draft, how about the Devils shutting out the Rangers tonight? Take a 3-2 series lead. I said that was going to happen last night, by the way.
Yeah. They're nice with it.
And Tampa won to make that a 3-2. So the only one is Vegas is up 2-0 trying to close out the Jets.
I wonder when the last time every series in the NHL went 6 or more. Like in the first round.
Well, yeah, we would need the Jets to win to make that happen, though, right? Even for this.
Oh, is this game 5?
Yeah, it's 3-1 Vegas. And they're winning right now.
Never mind. Michael Mayer. Okay, they've made their pick. They're clapping. But, like...
Okay, so they didn't trade down.
I don't know why they're acting so happy. There's pictures of them from 5 minutes ago where they look miserable.
They didn't trade down, and Michael Mayer did not look like he was receiving a call.
Nicely into that scheme. Yeah, they talked about not being able to try to outscore everybody. And Mike McCarthy got a lot of flack for those comments. They're like, the name of the game is scoring points. But at some point, you have to win with how you want to win, your philosophy, how you want to do it. And so, yeah, it makes sense to get a tight end in this situation. So perhaps that's the direction they go. Their defense was much improved, obviously, each of the last 2 years under Dan Quinn. Is there anything on the defensive side that you could see they might do?
I hope they take like the third running back off the board.
I bet you they take. They were so miserable, dude. So they probably just went value. So what about like, I don't know, Nolan Smith? Nolan Smith, maybe. I guess Joey Porter Jr. is considered a value at this point.
Yep, Nolan Smith.
Is that sense? Are you reading that? Okay.
Yeah, that's the pick.
Yeah, because they took.
Stubbs said I look ridiculous. Hold on.
Now, does he look more ridiculous?
We got a money alert. Nolan Smith. Wait a minute. That's so stupid. Nolan, there was some talk about him doing some stuff like Parsons.
With the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mozzie Smith.
Wait, Mozzie Smith?
Oh, it's Mozzie Smith.
Oh.
The pick was wrong?
Dude. Wait, I mocked that. I had Mozzie.
Congratulations. Happy for you.
Dude, I'm owning.
Wait, did you have him to the Cowboys?
Yep.
Bruh.
Yes, sir. I'm curious how many I have here.
Then Dov Kleiman got it wrong.
Yeah, I saw. Well, somebody else did. I searched Cowboys, and there were multiple people. Mozzie Smith, yeah, 26. Cowboys. We got it. Did you have Keon White in round 1? Because I need him to go in round 1 to.
Yeah, I had him at 19 to the Packers.
I have him at the Saints.
I had Mozzie Smith to the Saints.
Mozzie's such a cowboy, though, dude.
So is this Brian Branch?
Dude, if Jacksonville traded back twice and got the guy they would have taken at 24 anyway.
The Cowboys looked like they were trying to move back. So if the Steelers wanted Branch, that would have been their shot, knowing that the Jaguars would take him.
The Steelers are probably just not trying to give up anything to get
Yeah.
there, though. Like,
Jacksonville takes Branch. Maybe Cincinnati takes Mayer.
yeah, people are saying like the war room, Cowboys war room got interesting. What's that mean? Like they were divided on the pick?
They were
I wouldn't be
fighting.
shocked.
Does this mean if you watch your favorite teams out of market Sunday game? Does this mean all the players?
Did you have Emmanuel Forbes in the first round?
Yes.
Sign up now and get our lowest full season price of the year on YouTube and YouTube TV.
I have most of the first rounders, I think. I think the guys that I would need are Levis, Keon White.
The New England Patriots have traded the 13th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh, Miles Murphy.
Pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Roderick Jones, offensive tackle, Georgia.
So the people that I have in the first round that aren't selected yet.
I have 8 guys in here that haven't been taken yet.
1, 2, 3.
Which means I have 18 first rounders out of 26 correct so far.
I also have 8.
Ooh.
But you're gonna win based off of you've gotten more
Like a
picks than
team
teams correct, I
player.
think.
Yeah.
Especially like Steelers taking Broderick Jones.
Steelers with Broderick, Mozzie with the Cowboys.
What about Mayer to the Jaguars? Evan Ingram's on a franchise tag. They might not keep him long term.
Yeah.
Could make sense. So the 8 that I don't have are Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, Keon White, Osiris Torrance, but that was basically like a hope and a prayer. Miles Murphy, Cam Smith, Michael Mayer, and Adebawore.
Yeah, I have Levis, Porter Jr., Nolan Smith, Miles
Oh, and
Murphy,
Levis.
Hendon Hooker, Branch, Mayer, Keon White, and Anton Harrison.
I saw the Jags pick.
Is it something we said?
No.
No.
It's something we've talked about all night, but it's not.
Oh, I literally just said it now.
No, you didn't, unless I missed it.
I was just naming players that haven't gone yet that I had going in the first round.
Say it.
Anton Harris.
Did you say Anton Harrison?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I needed to get him in the first round.
Are you guys having?
It's a point system. So it's like you get,
So it's
for
not
having.
just a pick, right? Just
Yeah.
the most in the first.
I've already accepted that I lost. I'm buying the damn jersey. Because the only picks I've gotten right are Bryce Young. Well, I'll say right to the team.
Mm-hmm.
Bryce Young, Will Anderson, who took Tyree Wilson?
Raiders.
Yeah, didn't have that. Didn't have that. Didn't have that. Didn't have that. Nope. 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 Not a. No.
Nolan Smith was mocked to the Eagles a bunch too, and they might just get 30, 31 or 30.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Somebody, doesn't realize that Christian Gonzalez was drafted yet. 18 seconds ago. Why is Christian Gonzalez falling this far? Crazy.
Colin. My boy.
That's a good pick for Jacksonville.
Roger acted like he had so much issue saying that name, and it's not that hard. He's like, Anton Harris.
Yeah, I've only gotten 2 picks right.
And Cam Robinson was getting suspended, so.
Right.
Team and player. Let me see.
Obviously not. Will Anderson wasn't the right selection. He was 3rd, but I had Bryce Young and Will Anderson to the right team. And that's it.
Bryce Young, Will Anderson, Darnell Wright, Chicago. Broderick, Bijan, Christian Gonzalez, Patriots. 1, 2.
Yeah, so I lost. We can just say that.
6. Jordan Addison. No, wait, no, it's Jackson Smith and Jibba there. And Mozzie. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm genuinely asking, is that I don't know, Drew, do you pay attention to that ever? With draft experts in quotes, how many actual player team fits they get right on?
Last year I looked into it to see how many they got right last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll probably do it again this year.
Do you remember any numbers on those?
I can't remember. I remember McShay talked about it on part of my take. He said the most he's ever gotten a year was 8, and that was a miracle.
I got 7 so far.
Right team or?
Yeah, right team, right player.
Yeah. He said his second year doing this, he got the first 8 picks right. And he said that was his peak, and he's been terrible ever since.
Bengals pick is in. I wish they didn't have one.
Mayer.
I mean, that makes so much sense.
I'm seeing Miles Murphy.
What?
Wow.
I've seen more than one person say it, so.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good player. That's a bit surprising for them.
Did they even show Keon White at the draft at all tonight? I don't think he's on TV at all.
Yeah, I haven't seen
him.
He probably just went because he really wanted to go. And they knew he wasn't going to get drafted, and that's why they don't show him on TV.
Do the Bengals have an expiring contract on the edge or something? Is Hubbard coming up? Or, I mean, Hendrickson can't be yet, right?
I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of teams that think that you can't.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Many guys on the...
But with Mayer, after you lost Hayden Hurst, I mean, that's just.
Yeah, but the tight end class is so deep and it dropped. You know, we were expecting them in the teens, so everything got pushed back. They could think about round 2 with Washington or Laporta.
Hendrickson expires after 2024.
Okay.
And Hubbard expires after 2025.
Maybe they're going to kick one of those guys into D tackle on 3rd down or something.
Nolan Smith is going to drop right into 30.
Oh, my God. And they're going to walk out of here with Carter and Smith?
Yeah.
I hate them.
They could also go Joey Porter Jr. too. Their secondary is getting
either way. I mean, like I said, 32 is looking all right. Saints pick is in. Don't see it yet, but
it doesn't say it's in for me.
Oh, never mind. It said pick is in, and then it started at 7 minutes again. Maybe it hadn't switched the pick is in part from the last team yet.
His good is really, really good, but his bad just
When did you take that picture, Smitty?
What picture?
Of you with your arms crossed.
Oh, before we started.
Oh.
Every single snap with the consistency. I love the room that he's going to, though. When you talk about guys like Sam Hubbard, Trey Hendrickson, these guys are motor players. They're effort players. Lou Anarumo, the defensive coordinator, who I absolutely love. We'll get it out of this guy. I didn't have any problem with this motor, but I'll tell you what, he has got power for days. I will continue in a moment. Here is our aerial coverage is provided by Goodyear. It takes drive.
God, I look so sick in that picture.
You should tweet that picture and then say Addison at 32.
Could the Saints take Will Levis?
Will Levis sitting in the green room.
Oh, that's a good idea. I bet you they're talking about it.
They're the only team that could take a quarterback still. And I know I said that with Minnesota, but now I forgot. I forgot that the Saints were a team.
Smith, Porter, Branch. Who else?
Let me tell you about the greatest roster ever assembled.
I think they like Brzee. I think they like Ringo.
I'd prefer Ringo at 49.
So smart, it loads the line automatically and keeps the line extended to maintain full trimming power. With Line IQ, there are
I mean, the way that this is falling, though, like it's also good for pick 49.
Huh?
Like the way that this is falling is it's obviously also good for 49. Like, you know,
Yeah.
the closer we get to that pick with these guys still on the board.
Darnell Washington.
Yes.
I love
You already got one Georgia player.
the Steelers love to do that too. They like to draft two guys from the same university in the same draft. They do it all the time.
Darnell Washington and then Keely Ringo. We'll just...
Stetson Bennett later on.
In the 7th. He's our
Stetson Bennett at what, 241? Is that our 7th round pick?
Yeah, something. Well, they still have two. They just moved down from the It's 241 and 251.
I gotta take a leak while this commercial's on. I'll be right back.
Stetson Bennett.
Probably be at about 4 hours on this when this thing wraps up.
Not bad.
And it will be longer tomorrow.
Yeah, wasn't our one last year from the second round? By the time we from the time we started to the time we actually wrapped up, wasn't it close to 7 hours?
Probably. Again,
and that's not even including us talking after we wrapped up.
Yeah, mistakes were made last year in terms of how early we started, not taking into consideration that pick won't be made right away. So learn from our mistakes. We'll do some type of, I wasn't thinking about it. We'll do some type of giveaway tomorrow too, if we're going to be on here. So yeah, we know Tyler won those tickets. We're going to see. I mean, well, maybe that's what we should do, because I don't know if people were into the idea of sending a video in. Like, we haven't gotten anything yet. So
yeah,
maybe we'll try to do something tomorrow with the jersey that you're going to have to buy.
Maybe we could just do something like we did in the past, like
send us picks 32 and 49 or something, or they might move from 32 though. So who were they going to pick on day 2? Maybe.
Yeah. Who's their next pick?
Yeah. And then, but we know there's probably going to be multiple people that guess correctly.
Saints pick is in.
I'm also enjoying how we're just talking through this in real time while everybody's watching. Oh,
Brian Brzee.
Okay.
Brian
one of the guys in.
Yep, Brian Brzee.
I feel like that still helps us.
Cam Jordan replacement.
Yeah, he's getting up there, huh?
Yeah, I feel like Cam Jordan's got to be like 32.
I think he's older than that.
33. He'll turn 34 in July. So yeah, he's up there.
With the 29th pick in the 2023 NFL,
If the Eagles select
the New
Joey
Orleans
Porter Jr., I'll be sad.
Brian Brzee, defensive tackle.
If we wouldn't have saw the tweet, how like our hearts would have stopped when he said Brian. Brian Branch.
Brian
Branch, man. I don't know if I want to trade out of 32. Or at least not that far. I think there's only 2 picks left, right? You still got Nolan, Brian Branch. One of Nolan Smith, Brian Branch, Joey Porter Jr. is going to be there for opening pick.
Yeah. And I feel like this is Nolan Smith. Also, I have tons of bookmarks of me tweeting about Brian Branch and Joey Porter being there at 32, so I might victory lap tomorrow if that happens.
I wouldn't. Brian Branch, I could definitely see. I'm shocked about Porter.
I always thought there would be a chance.
Especially like in this class, man. I could go through and name so many players that should not have gone tonight. Joey Porter Jr., even in like a better class, should go in round 1.
Hopefully he's healthy now and he's in a good space mentally to where he can really hit the ground running. Because last year,
I mean, I like Deontay Banks, but you can't even use like the lack of turnovers thing against Porter for the reason him not going in the first when Deontay Banks did. Like,
right.
He doesn't get turnovers either. And at least like Porter had a bunch of pass breakups. Like you could make the case that at the next level with some coaching, those translate to turnovers. I don't know. Who am I?
They can unleash that, and now you still have Cam Jordan from up the edge.
Eagles celebrating. Or no, that's Saints. Never mind.
I'm really gonna have to go back and watch Emmanuel Forbes though, because
the dude's a ball hawk. That's all it is.
The thing is, you watch his interceptions. They're tipped. They're tipped passes that went right in. It's not like he's making a crazy play on the ball.
Right.
He had 2 interceptions where it was like, yeah, he clicked and closed and made a nice play on the ball. All right, Eagles. How we finishing?
I'm starting to feel bad for Will Levis. I keep showing him.
0.1% chance that he was going to be available here.
They said that at pick 25 too.
The quarterbacks that slip like this typically, I don't know, they have a chip on their shoulder and they're pretty good.
Teams looked at him and said, okay, the last couple of years, the turnover, the inconsistent play. And that's probably why you look at a guy like Will Levis, who was a projected early kick, as our graphic says, now he's falling down the board because his play isn't up to level as the other guy. And you just look at some of those teams.
Nolan Smith going to the Eagles. According to Twitter.
Another Georgia player. Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith.
Dan Orlovsky just tweeted that the Eagles should take Brian Branch, though, because he wants to be a dick.
Don't get me wrong. Like, I mean, yeah, out of the 3 that I just said, Nolan Smith makes probably the least sense for the Steelers and wouldn't have been the least one that I wanted. But I'm just upset that he's in Philly.
It's Nolan Smith. NBC Sports Philadelphia just tweeted it.
Mel's going crazy right now.
Yeah, he's basically pleading his case for why Levis should have been gone by now.
He loves Levis.
Still going strong. You know it. We are. One more pick.
We are, Quint.
For one more pick. Well, hold on, Scott. We still got KC's pick, unless you're just assuming they're not going either one of those two guys. Maybe they'll do what Collinsworth said and go Hendon Hooker here, Chiefs.
Son of a gun. You think the centers fall to 49 if we go Branch here?
I totally forgot one didn't go. So add that. I mean, don't I?
We go
I
Branch at 32, and then we get John Michael Smits or Tippmann at 49. That's a hell of a draft to start.
That's a far cry from me, you, and Platt finding out they took Pat Freiermuth in round 2
over Creed Humphrey. Oh, that still haunts me. I mean, Freiermuth's good, but I loved him.
So far, Pennsylvania has only drafted Georgia players tonight.
Exactly. You may have just heard loud cheers behind us. That's because when the Eagles put one in, the graphic popped up and says the championship are now on the clock. And so that's why you're hearing so many of the cheers from the 125,000 fans who are here. I haven't done this. I have not done this scientifically, but I think 124,000 of them are from Kansas City and are rooting for the Chiefs. And it's been remarkable to see how excited this city has been, and understandably so. We're 2 months away from them celebrating a Super Bowl championship with a parade that culminated.
Oh, and the Kobe Dean last year, along with Jordan Davis. So they've taken 2 in each of the last 2 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
For a team that was ferocious rushing the passer, they can't get the passer. You know that had to stick.
All the receivers went that we were thinking of in the first round when everybody was saying that we might only have one.
Yeah, they set the over-under at, was it 1.5 or 2.5?
I thought it was 1.5.
Yeah.
Joining me on stage now are some very special guests. Content who you know from YouTube. Dude, perfect.
Who you know from YouTube? God, Roger.
Donna Kelsey. Yeah. Thank you, Roger. Okay,
Oh my God, what are they doing with the Dude Perfect guys?
Boys playing in a game on TV at the same time. Okay, Travis is there, Jason's there. How in the world do you decide which game that you're going to watch?
Man, I don't know.
Sarge would be so pissed if he was waiting to go to bed and they pulled this shit out.
Here's the deal. We've got a custom coin with Travis and the Chiefs on one side and Jason and the Eagles on the other. If your boys are playing at the same time, all you have to do is flip it and it takes the decision out of your hands. All right. Try it. Let's try it. It's Travis and the Chiefs!
Wow. I'm so excited to.
What was the point of that?
She's so excited to flip the coins.
So stupid.
You ready to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Let's Let's see who's going to be joining Jason in the Philadelphia Eagles.
With the 30th pick in the 2000.
Was the draft jingle you, Smitty, or was that actually real?
That was on the broadcast.
Okay.
Linebacker, Georgia.
Oh, Lewis, there's your guy, and it's
Nolan Smith.
maybe consider changing their name to the Bulldogs.
Dude, that defensive front is nice.
Down there,
I'm telling you, they're going to end up using him like Parsons.
defenders from that Georgia D tonight.
It's unbelievable. They got four guys off of a defense that so many people said it's the best defense of a
Nolan Smith isn't at the draft, but Keon White is.
Probably turn it down.
Could have.
This team, I'll tell you what, they're doing some work, man. And they're building it front to back. That is for sure. They're saying we're going to bring people in so hard. And he's so fast. And I'm telling you, he plays about 3 feet off.
I don't understand what that was.
And you know
Why the hell they just flip a coin? It had nothing to do with anything.
Yeah.
Dude. Dude, perfect. Holy crap, I just had a stroke. Dude, perfect is huge. Kids love him. I have no idea what that was, though.
and him and Brandon Graham to be able to teach him, it's unfair almost what they're putting together up front. He's got the best bend in the draft. Talk about Devon Miller like being around the corner. He runs the art, meaning Brady. When he gets to the top of this pass rush, he can bend the corner and get to the quarterback. That's where you create sack fumbles. For a guy that runs 4.3, here's the thing that he needs to improve on. He's got to get accountability. The speed rush, the one arm, the long arm.
The dude perfect thing was supposed to be a way to advertise YouTube TV for a Sunday ticket.
I didn't feel like it did that.
It didn't tell me a damn thing about it.
If you're the Chiefs,
honestly, if I had YouTube TV, I would have canceled it based off that.
If you're the Chiefs, how many teams are you calling right now to see if they want to trade in?
All of them. They've probably been on the phone for the past 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know that they have a guy here that like makes a ton of sense.
It's just Mayer if they want to go tight end, but he's not their type, I feel like.
Go Washington. Run 12 personnel with Darnell Washington.
Went first or went before them.
No, I mentioned they always make a bad pick at the end of this, and no one cares. They're gonna take like Jalen Hyatt.
I could see that.
I searched Chiefs and someone mentioned Jalen, like just a fan said Jalen Hyatt, please. First off, can't imagine wanting that, but trade this pick for Ayuk.
What?
That's what someone's saying.
Two Super Bowls in the last few years with a spectacular young quarterback in Patrick Mahomes and Coach Andy Reid and everything else. And the thing we're going to get to celebrate that. One owner, chairman, and CEO Clark Hunt will be out along with.
Yeah, someone said, "Do not let the Chiefs draft Jalen Hyatt." Why?
Here's the Keon White pick since he's in the draft room. Close it out.
That we are seeing here tonight, Clark.
Yeah, it's outstanding. And if you're the Chiefs, having won the Super Bowl, let's face it, they got the best quarterback in the league in Patrick Mahomes. And they played a lot of rookies in the secondary. So this allows
so the Chiefs select Will Levis. Chiefs finally get their franchise QB.
But this is a luxury pick for a team that has Patrick Mahomes and a ton of young secondary guys that contribute.
This clock might hit 0.
They're trying to trade back.
Wait, if the clock hits 0, does that mean Pittsburgh gets to pick?
Or do they have to wait till tomorrow?
Or do they have to wait till tomorrow? That's what I'm saying. do we get to pick? Or do we have to wait?
That'd be funny if they just swooped in and took Brian Brandt.
Did they met with Brian Branch, Steelers?
Yeah.
Like
Chiefs are going to draft Mozzie.
Confirm. Who'd you say?
What? I'm reading a tweet. The Chiefs are going to draft Mozzie, a player that was taken like 4 picks ago.
Come on, Kansas City. What are we doing?
They
Chiefs
only
need to
met
go with Levis
Brian
here.
Branch.
Mahomes is trash.
The Steelers only met with Brian Branch at the combine.
Someone said Chiefs should get Mingo.
Ooh.
I mean, I like Jonathan Mingo a lot, but at 31,
Schrader had him going to the Saints in round 1. And like
they're trading back, dude. They're trading back. Nope,
Depleted.
Pick is in. And and did you see Andy Reid just walking out?
Yeah, he's gonna get a hot dog now. All right, time for a hot dog.
Philadelphia gets him at 30. Wow. So, I mean, again, the Eagles setting up with the number 1 player on my board, Jalen Carter, at what, 9, get the number 12 at 30. That's the way you draft. That's the value.
You mentioned Felix and Udike Uzama. Should he go here tonight, it would be a dream. He's originally from Kansas City, so he would be the ultimate in the local picks here. And again, this will be the final pick of round 1 tonight. This is.
Saw someone say Felix Anadike Uzama.
It is. Okay.
Yep. It is.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, so we're.
Let's go. Let's go. I actually like Felix quite a bit, but didn't matter for us. Oh, wait, yeah, because Derek had him mocked to the Steelers in round 2. So, sorry, Derek.
Well, I don't think the Steelers could be in a better case scenario than they are right now heading into day 2.
I mean, Will Anderson could have been on the board.
I mean, yeah.
Christian
they could have
had
had Bryce Young sitting there at 32.
Yeah, but like Branch, Porter Jr. still there. Like specifically for the Steelers, Drew, are you still looking through those meetings?
I have it up now. I just want to tweet my victory lap quick about Brian Branch and Dre Porter.
Oh.
You know, I gotta take my rare W.
Hey, I'm 43 followers away from 7,000, so let's get there.
I'm also going to add don't follow Smitty.
Hey, I'm like 450 or 550 away from 2,000.
Yeah, I don't know why people follow me. All right, well that's all the picks. I want to know,
even though it's
once
not
Drew
announced
takes
yet,
his victory lap here, who we even need to have our eyes on.
All right, so the big names: Steve Avila, which they actually on their site had him. The Steelers brought him in as a center.
Mm-hmm.
Keanu Benton, obviously, he's going to be in play. Brian Branch.
They didn't meet with Osiris Torrance,
right?
And Jock Michael Schmitz, multiple interior guys.
So Avila was a private visit. Brian Branch was only at the combine.
Damn.
They had Gervon Dexter at the combine and a private visit.
I would think that's 49.
Darnell Washington, just saying.
Yeah. Keely Ringo's combine, private visit, and at the pro day. John Michael Schmitz, private. Obviously, Tyreek Stevenson is still in play with all that discussion. Osiris Torrance was a private visit. They met with Derek Hall at the combine. So I know a lot of people said they wish they would have brought him in for a private, but they did talk to him a little. Darnell Washington, a private. Keon White was a private visit.
I don't know that I'll be upset either way, whether if they stay at 32, whether they take Porter or Branch if it is one of those two.
I'm with you. It'd be between those two for me.
What'd you say?
If they stay
Porter
at 32,
Jr. Branch, I'd be
whether
cool with him.
it's Porter or Junior, or Porter Jr. or Branch. Listen, it's been 4 hours. Whether it's Porter Jr. or Branch, I don't think I'd be upset either way, which they take.
Scott, Mr. Scott Hatfield.
I think I'd
tomorrow.
probably lean
Appreciate it.
Porter Jr. just because of the him being an outside corner.
Yeah.
But if they took Brian Branch, I wouldn't be upset, especially at 32.
Who are the teams at the top?
What if they can get Branch at 49?
What about? Hold on. What about? There was
Makes
a
you
lot
think.
of talk.
Remember what I said about Willis last year?
There was a lot of talk that the Rams wanted to potentially move up early in the second round, potentially for a quarterback. Like they were talking about.
Oh, I didn't know it was for a
Levis is
quarterback.
there.
I know
They're
it was
at
a quarterback.
36. Stafford's old. He has the back problems. What if they go from 36 to 32? Steelers move back to 36, pick up another mid-round pick, and we have 4 picks to get one of those 2 back to us then. I think that's possible.
You're not surprised about Porter Jr. being there. I'm very surprised.
The reason why I'm not surprised is I just did the numbers. I just felt like there was too many corners that would go in the first round. Forbes was getting a lot of love, which I didn't understand, but it was. And then obviously Banks. There's only so many corners that were going to go in the first round.
I just honestly I feel like 6 corners at least, 6 or 7 corners should have gone tonight, like including Branch as a corner.
How many went?
Wait, let me put this one in. Who was the pick? Felix and a DK.
5.
Yeah.
I think what really hurt it though is Jack Campbell.
Yeah.
I don't think that I mocked Mozzie Smith into the first at all. I thought he would be an early to mid second.
I had him in the first, but I still had both. Brian Branch was at the draft too.
Yeah.
So tomorrow it's going to be him, Porter, Keon White, Levis.
They didn't even show Brian Branch at all there either.
Yeah, and they didn't invite Quentin Johnston because they said they didn't want him to be embarrassed.
Yeah.
But they just had these guys sit there all night. And I mean, obviously you don't fully know, but like.
Can you start the ticker over quick? Because we could go through these guys that like push these other ones back because there's just outliers that no one thought would go early.
Let me put this last one in.
I thought Uzama would be in the second round too. Michael Meyer didn't go in the first. Everybody thought he would be there.
Wait, only 4 corners were taken.
Also, Paris went high, and we still were able to be in striking distance for Broderick.
Yeah. It's the running backs going. That's what helped us there. Gibbs going to the Lions, like, that helps so much. So McDonald, you could argue him as the second.
Emmanuel Forbes at 16.
Jack Campbell.
Emmanuel Forbes going that right there. Emmanuel Forbes before Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah. Elijah Cansey, you could.
So it was Forbes was CB2 off the board after Witherspoon, right?
Yeah, there was only 4 taken.
Jesus.
Witherspoon, Forbes, Gonzalez, and Banks.
Yeah.
1 tight end.
Yeah. Did you see that video of Mayer? He seemed like he was very upset about Kincaid getting picked.
And
so, here we are at pick 32. The next selection that's made is in the Steelers' hands, whether that's them selecting it or deciding to trade it. What do you guys like? What do you guys think, predictively?
I would try to trade back
On
with
the
a
spot.
team going to get Levis. I love the idea of the Rams going from 36 to 32. They go get Levis.
Because you still think 36 gets you one of those two.
Yeah, I mean, why
Well,
not?
let's just look at the teams then. In front of you, you'd have Houston, Arizona,
Indy.
and Indianapolis.
Yeah.
So between those
Arizona was in the mix for Gonzalez. I could see them.
Right. Taking
For
one of the
sure.
two.
Yeah.
I could see Indy taking one of them.
You know who Indy has been linked to a ton though is Julius Brents. I wonder if he could even go earlier than Porter, if that's not Porter to Arizona.
So what do we think is going to happen, or what do we want to happen?
Yeah, what do you think's going to happen? Like whether it's a pick or if you're saying move back, whatever you think is going to happen right now.
I think they're going to pick.
Okay.
Arizona.
I think they did not expect the board to look like this at 32.
Arizona did not meet with Joey Porter Jr. or Brian Branch. They only met with Julius Brents.
Okay.
And then you said
Indy was the other one I was looking at because I think they're heavily linked to Julius Brents.
And Arizona only met with Brents at the combine. Yeah.
So they meet with any of these corners that are like Cam Smith? Like, I mean,
the Cardinals? Let me go back quick.
Yeah, because I'm just thinking what's in play for them. Because they got their offensive tackle. Or wait, did they move this pick as part of that trade?
They might have to move back up with
Because it might not. Tyler, is that updated? I don't know if it would show you.
Oh, it might not be updated. I might be looking at an older one.
They didn't meet with any besides Brent's.
Oh, the Cardinals got that pick. No, okay, they got 33 from the Texans, but then traded back up. What did they trade when they went back up?
Let me look at the Colts while you look that up.
They traded 34. Okay, so they pick it. The Texans don't have a pick within there, and the Cardinals are actually at 33 and not 34.
Who's at 33?
34 is the Lions now, though.
Okay.
So it's Pittsburgh right now. Pittsburgh.
Write it down. Write it down. You're gonna need paper.
I have paper right here.
For when Pittsburgh, Arizona, Detroit, Indy.
Oh, okay, that's updated then. Or no?
Yeah. Pittsburgh, Arizona, Detroit, Indy.
All right, so Arizona only met with Brents. The Colts met with Brents.
People that are still here are probably like, what the hell are they even doing? I'm just trying to figure out who's possibly still going to be there in a slight trade back.
Yeah, so the Colts met with Brents and Ringo. Okay, so that's it for them.
Yeah, it would be Brents, I think.
Yeah. And then the Cardinals might just not go corner.
Yeah.
Right. And then who was the other team? Lions?
Detroit.
Lions. Who didn't take one yet.
Right.
And that's very possible.
Yeah. All right, so they met with.
Although they've taken a running back and a linebacker so far, they're probably taking a kicker or something. Like they're just trying to figure out how can we get less and less value with each pick. Not Bank. Did we say Did we say Banks, or did you say Banks just talking about guys they've met with? Because we know he went to the Giants. We were talking about Brents.
Brents was the only one. Brents and Ringo are the only two that we.
Well, no, I'm only saying because somebody comments that Banks went to the Giants, so I didn't know when Banks' name got
I didn't
said.
say that. It was Brents. He mixed up Banks and Brents.
Yeah, so I didn't know.
The Lions met with Brian Branch with a private. They did not meet with Joey Porter Jr. So, yeah. And who else? There has to be another team in between there we're missing. Is it the Texans, you said?
Huh?
Between 32 and 36, there's got to be.
No, it's the Cardinals, Lions, and the Colts.
The Texans were in there until they moved back up to
Oh,
3.
right. So 36 would be the Steelers then on the 4th pick.
Yeah.
I think if the Rams are taking Levis at 32, we just need 3 picks. One of those guys, Joey Porter Jr. or Brian Branch, are there at 36, in my opinion. That came from Daniel Jeremiah, I think, on a pod I was listening to a week or so ago, that the Rams might be looking to move up for a quarterback from 36.
I like the idea. But if I'm just picking like what I think they're going to do, I think they're just going to pick.
They'll probably just pick because that's what they typically do.
That's what I mean. I think they're just going to pick, especially because, like I said earlier.
But imagine if they do
get
a call where it's like
board would like this.
Imagine if they do get a call where they get an even better pick than what they gave up because of the way the board looks now, like to move up from 17 to 14.
Right.
That should be pretty
Especially
enticing.
If this is the Rams, and you know that they have draft capital.
Yeah, the Rams have a ton of picks on day 3.
They have a lot of mid rounds.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Steelers don't have anything in 5 and 6 right now. And they lost the 4th.
Right.
So right now, after pick,
Rams have 36, 69, 77, and then they don't have a pick for another 90 picks. 167, 171, 177, 182, 189, 191, 223, 234.
Derek called his shot, and I will also get on board with this. I think Kevin Dotson's getting traded at some point this weekend.
I said that earlier.
Yeah, for a day 3 pick.
Yeah.
Did you say? Oh, you said on this stream?
Yeah, I said it like an hour ago.
Oh,
yeah. Because I said that I don't
think
think he has this. I don't think he has.
I thought we talked about it. So.
Hour and a half, 2. I don't know.
I think that's how they recoup that 5th or 6th.
Yeah. I mean, especially with the guards they've added, and then they have interest in so many interior guys in this class. Like,
yeah, he's out.
Yeah.
I could see let's think about this for a second before we even get off here. Who would want Levis at this point?
I mean, I think there's a lot of teams that could want him, but
but I feel like he might need to continue to drop for a certain point for them to jump. If they're not going to take him, their option.
Well, there's the Rams at 36, Seattle at 37.
Where does Washington pick in round 2?
47. Tennessee picks at 41.
I don't want to
New
move
Orleans
that
picks
far.
at 40.
I still want to end up with one of those 2 guys. That's the thing.
I think
that's why I'm fine if they pick.
Yes. You either take the guy you want or you go to 36, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But the problem that I run into with this though is like,
hey, what if Detroit wants Levis? Sit behind Goff for a year.
Right.
What pick is that? That's only a couple behind us.
That's pick 3, or not 3. It's the 3rd pick. It's pick 34.
Yeah. So, but why would the Lions trade up? Unless the
Steelers got to get on the phone and say, "Hey, we got 3 teams calling us right now.
Yeah,
that want Will Levis
because they know we're not going anywhere near him.
Mm-hmm.
Could and then trade him
all day.
And then you tell them that one of the teams is in their division in the Vikings.
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah, it'd have to be one of those 2 spots for me to not take Porter or Branch at 32. But I'd be totally fine if they did that anyway.
Yeah.
It's tough to Yeah, it's tough to go. Okay, so they'd have 32, 49, and 80 tomorrow, and then they don't have a pick on day 3 until
The seventh
round
round.
right now.
241.
Yeah, so they got to recoup something.
Yeah.
They could just trade a 24 to get back into the 5th or 6th. They did that to do or to get ladder mail.
Matt was responding to somebody else in the comments that accidentally said Banks instead of Branch.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's after midnight.
Yeah.
I still got to work tomorrow morning.
So do I. I gotta be up at 5:30.
That is atrocious. But we will be back sometime between 6:45 and 6:50 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night for rounds 2 and 3. And we're going to find out the answer to what we've been closing out this show talking about. What happens at pick 32? Do the Steelers stay there, take Joey Porter Jr., take Brian Branch, take somebody else, or do they move back? A lot of options on the table. This is something that Tomlin and Kahn, as you can tell from their press conference, were very excited to have the ability to do after closing out night 1. So we'll be back tomorrow night. Hope a lot of you join us. And I think we're going to be giving away a jersey. So definitely want to join us. We'll be right here again tomorrow night. Like, subscribe, hit that notification bell too, because you know exactly when we go live by doing that. So, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Later, fellas.